Alex, how are we looking in council chambers there?
We're all present. So make sure I'm hearing in the room here a little echo, so someone needs to mute. Gavin, as a point of order for Mr. Ferguson, if I need to promote the people he's representing as panelists, just let me know. I have a list of them and I can move them over, but I'll leave it up to you all to tell me what to do.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson could do that. I'm sure he'd be willing.
Alex, I can tell you in advance that the order of my witnesses will be Stephen Victor, who's not a client, who's a witness, Will Thornton, and then from there we'll just see. Those will be the first two.
Okay, if I miss moving someone over, just please let me know and give us a minute to move them from an attendee to a panelist. I believe I moved Steve over earlier. You can see he's one of the panelists and he's already in the room.
Thank you very much.
Kim, are you ready for us to go on the record?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great.
Thank you.
Sure. Alex, anything else on your end? You get on all the technology? You work in your little NASA shuttle room there?
Things are good. Thank you.
All systems go, as they say in the industry. Great. Okay, we will go on the record then. Welcome everybody to Chapter 7 of the public hearing on the application for conditional use filed by Churchill Creek Project, LLC, to develop or redevelop the property located at 1310 Beulah Road as a distribution center in accordance with the Churchill Borough Zoning Code. As we've stated, those who have been following along, we know tonight has been set aside for Dwight Ferguson to present the case of Churchill Future. Before we turn it over to Mr. Ferguson to call his first witness, I just want to just briefly kind of summarize, again, based on some emails that Mr. Graziani, the borough manager, has received, sort of the different pots of people that we have in the general public versus party objectors versus Churchill Future, in the hopes to try to clarify that. I have been attempting to do that throughout, but maybe not as clear as I possibly could have been. So, we have had the applicant's case in chief, and that case has been closed. And during that case in chief, there were certain individuals in the public who requested party objector status. That included a group of individuals represented by Mr. Ferguson, again, an unincorporated association is what they're referred to, known as Churchill Future. So that's one pot essentially, and that group of party objectors has legal counsel in the form of Mr. Ferguson. There were also a number of other members of the public who sought party objector status, and again, what that means is they're an aggrieved party with standing to challenge the application and ultimately the decision. And those individuals were identified early on, for the most part. Throughout, there have been a couple others who have trickled in, who have been identified and given party objector status. And those individuals have had an opportunity to cross-examine, along with Mr. Ferguson, the various witnesses that were provided or presented, by the applicant, Churchill Creek Project. And then ultimately we have the sort of last pot of residents and taxpayers of the borough who will be providing, to the extent they would like to, their comments under what we'll call the public comment portion of the meeting. And that will be held at the end prior to the close of the meeting. So, what we have already started since the applicant's case in chief is closed is to have some of the unrepresented party objectors present their cases. And we got through roughly a dozen of those. We ended partway through Mr. Spirtes' case, and I apologize to him for not being able to complete him and having to, go out of order here just a little bit. But we did make a commitment to Mr. Ferguson and his group to allow them to have this evening to the extent that they may need the whole thing. If they don't need the whole thing and we have some additional time, we will, try to bounce back to some of those unrepresented party objectors. But tonight is the night where the Churchill Future folks will have an opportunity to present their cases. So the individual members of Churchill Future that Mr. Ferguson has identified as representing will have their opportunity tonight. So they will not be providing public comment. If they want to provide testimony, it will be during the Churchill Future case in chief. Those individuals who are not represented by Mr. Ferguson, who are party objectors, again, we will start back up at the next hearing, tentatively set for August 31st, which is next Tuesday, but we will confirm that prior to the end of the meeting. And then we will hopefully at the next meeting be able to finish up the unrepresented party objectors and be left then with a opportunity for the borough engineer and their consultants to provide reports, the tree committee to provide reports, and then ultimately a rebuttal case from the applicant to the extent that they choose to do so, if they have any additional witnesses or rebuttal evidence. Then we'll move on to public comment. And after those folks in the public have been provided an opportunity to comment, we'll close the hearing. And as we've stated numerous times throughout, Borough Council will then be required to issue findings of fact and a decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. As I'm sure the attorneys who are involved can anticipate, we will be requesting proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to be submitted by the various parties should they choose to do so for consideration by council in making its ultimate determination. So hopefully that was somewhat helpful. I think that brings us up to where we are today. And unless Mr. Graziani believes that I missed something that I was supposed to cover, we'll turn it over to Mr. Ferguson.
Just a reminder that documents that have been submitted to us by the different objectors and parties have been posted online. And they're available even now if you want to click on those and follow along if they're not shared by the presenter.
Mr.
Thank you,
Rob,
Mr. Yes, Mr. Gallagher.
before we proceed, we earlier this afternoon provided a motion in limine. I don't know if this would be the proper time to address that. We had a preliminary.
Sorry, Mr. Gallagher. I did want to be clear, since there are other parties, including unrepresented parties, I did ask the borough manager to post that motion on the borough website. Understanding that it's most likely Mr. Ferguson who would be the one responding to it. If I could try to, shortcut what I think is the ultimate issue, and I think it's a sort of preemptive challenge to the relevance. Correct me if I'm wrong, to the relevance of some of the exhibits that have been recently submitted by Mr. Ferguson. What I would suggest is, rather than trying to preemptively rule on those exhibits as to whether or not they're relevant, to allow Mr. Ferguson to present his case, and in the context of his presentation of his case, to the extent that you have an objection, that you reserve it until that time, and then we can make a determination once it's clear as to what Mr. Ferguson's purpose is for that exhibit.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Is that okay with you, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay,
the way
great.
it's done. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rob. For the interest of the public, I note that on the borough's website, all of the documents, as Mr. Graziani correctly stated, are posted there. The ones that I will be referring to tonight are preceded with exhibit beginning with the letter F and going through the letter P. And so the first witness that I would like to call, and we won't forget to swear the witnesses here, right, is Stephen Victor. So would, Mr. Solicitor, would you like to swear the witnesses now?
I think that's a great idea, Mr. Ferguson, and I will ask the court reporter to do just that.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Sure. And I think that my next witness, Mr. Thornton, is not likely to join us until 7. So if I forget to ask that he be sworn, I'll just ask anybody to remind me of that. Mr. Victor, I'm just going to ask him to testify with regard to his review of the landscape plan and the grading plan, which was submitted by the applicant in this case. And in order to aid him in doing that, I would ask that he be allowed to share his screen And in addition to the 3 exhibits marked Exhibit F, which is the landscape plan, which he will be showing you, Exhibit G, which is a grading plan review, and Exhibit H, which are needed improvements to those plans, Mr. Victor will have some close-up images of those 3 exhibits just to aid him in explaining his position with regard to those plans. And I've also asked Mr. Victor to begin his testimony by describing his educational and professional experience. Mr. Victor.
Would it be possible to do the screen sharing now, please?
Have that capability, and if you have an issue,
see it.
I can.
Yep, I'm good.
We can see your screen.
Okay.
We will also make this these expanded exhibits available. We'll provide them, but go ahead, Mr. Victor.
All right, my name is Stephen Victor from Victor Wetzel Associates, located at 409 Broad Street, Sewickley, Pennsylvania. And Victor Wetzel Associates is a landscape architecture and land planning firm specializing in land development and land use projects. I myself am a principal of the firm, and I'm a registered landscape architect since 1974, and also a land planner. And I have had multiple opportunities to be an expert witness in multiple municipalities and in court cases in the Pennsylvania area. Anything else? Okay.
Any questions about Mr. Victor's qualifications before he moves on with his testimony?
No questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Victor.
Thank you. All right. You're going to hear tonight my thoughts and professional opinions as to the character of the property and the proposed plans that I'll be using are primarily the F, G, and H exhibits that Mr. Ferguson has made reference to, and will utilize sort of zoomed in versions of some of those to get into the detail of my comments that show on F, G, and H. This aerial photograph was the base used in the 3 exhibits, and it shows the proposed project area outlined in red, with Beulah Road on the right or easterly side, Greensburg Pike on the westerly side, and at the top of the sheet, the northern end, is the I-376 Parkway East. You can see on the site that it's previously been used for an office complex, which was the old Westinghouse site on here. And you can see that about 50% of the site has been previously used through that development, with the remaining portion either woodlands or large areas of open meadows and lawn area. The cutout in the lower right-hand portion here appears to be an existing office building that was not part of this complex that will remain as an outparcel to development. But what is impactful to this plan is that this complex of buildings in this location will be constructing its own access through the Amazon property, in this way connecting to Beulah Road. This is Exhibit F, in which I have identified various landscape features that I wanted to give professional opinions on that I think could be ways to improve upon and make the development more friendly and part of the neighborhood. I'll zoom in to Exhibit F with the next series of slides. And for example, I'll take what I would call an easy example with which to critique the site. The major parking lot, which has over 1,000 cars on it, was divided into areas and landscaped with landscaped islands. Here, though, in the southwesterly corner of that parking lot are a series of islands, but there are no trees planted. The only reason there's no trees planted in those is because the applicant has placed their stormwater underground tanks in the parking lot in this area. It would be a very easy fix to either extend the length of the stormwater to take those stormwater tanks from out from underneath the islands, or just simply move them 2 parking stalls to the north, and the overall landscaping pattern could be retained within that. In the review, it was talked about how the applicant would be required to plant 4,000 trees, and they are asking to be removed from that by modification. It's my opinion that there are ample areas on the site in which there are opportunities for reforestation, either here in the northwesterly corner, here in the significant area, and the largest here in the southwesterly quadrant of the site. In the northeasterly quadrant, again, the reforestation areas are in the outlined in green. And lastly, what I refer to as the new access to the out parcel for the office building here, there is a significant cutting away of the hillside, and that whole area could be reforested. When we remove the plan, again, you look at the existing areas on that aerial photograph, you can see the 4 corners in which there is ample space within which to reforest and to replace those 4,000 trees. Another comment was along the southwesterly portion of the loading dock area, there is a retaining wall. That retaining wall is anywhere from 50 to 70 feet high. The applicant has made a great effort to plant nearly 100+ trees at the base of that wall. Normally, one would think that that would be an appropriate thing to do. However, those trees are planted at the base of the wall, and the trees will probably never reach the height of the top of the wall. So they really are not effectively doing any screening of the wall, nor no screening at all of the loading dock distribution area there at the site. So it's a very ineffective and wasteful planting at the base there, and could be done in a more productive fashion. On the easterly portion of the site, I'm going to point out something that probably is incorrect on their landscaping plan, but this is what their landscaping plan says, that the pink area here is the outline of a 30 to 60 foot high retaining wall. You'll see in future subsequent exhibits that wall is dropping down. It's not going up in the air, it's dropping down from the plateau of the loading dock area. At the base of that 30 to 60 foot high retaining wall has been positioned a sound wall. That sound wall, it's my understanding, was to be 15 feet high. The placement of a 15-foot high sound wall 30 to 60 feet below a retaining wall is quite ridiculous. I suspect Again, it was just a inaccuracy to the drawing itself, but it is not an accurate representation, I think, of what they're proposing to do, and needs to be corrected. Again, going back to the existing aerial photo and superimposing on that the topographic map that was topography as shown on the applicant's exhibits, shows us that by taking a cross section where the blue arrows are located, we can see a cross section of the property taken through the area where the building will be located. So, for example, Greensburg Pike is sitting here at about elevation 1270. The access road coming from Greensburg Pike going to the proposed building is about 30 feet below that. From there, it drops down into a ravine, an existing ravine, and that is approximately elevation 1155. So a drop of 115 feet. From there, it then rises back up, and the plateau that we're seeing here is pretty much the plateau that was constructed by the Westinghouse facility when it was installed. And then from the end of that plateau, the Westinghouse plateau, the property, and that elevation is about 1225. From there, it drops back down to Beulah Road at elevation 1150. So a 75-foot drop here, but it is along Beulah Road to the right of us is where there's many single-family homes. This is Exhibit G that shows overlay. It takes the Amazon plan for the placement of the building and their grading and superimposes it over the aerial photograph that we began with. On this exhibit, the elements that I wanted to discuss in more detail were the location of the retaining walls here on the westerly side of the property and then on the easterly side of the property. If we zoom in, what we can see is the cross section showing the proposed grading and walls by the applicant. On the westerly side, we can see a retaining wall area that is 50 to 70 feet high. That begins a plateau that's approximately 1,600 feet long that runs through the distribution and the building pad area. And then that elevation is approximately 1215, and then terminating in a retaining wall on the Beulah Road side. Again, this retaining wall at the location of the section is about 50 to 60 feet high. From a construction point of view, what the applicant is proposing to do is to flatten off further the reasonably flat area right now and make it almost perfectly flat to accommodate the building, which is reasonable. And then take that excess dirt and push it off to the west and to the east. And those areas which are falling away today will be made level by backfilling there and holding the ground in place with the retaining walls. I'd like to look closer at the walls. Here we're looking at the westerly retaining wall. And the red numbers here represent the heights as seen from taking the elevations on the, we'll call it the Amazon building side of the retaining walls, where they are showing grading. And the applicant has shown that there is no grading on the westerly side of it, so that the wall goes from the elevation as shown, approximately 1215, and they intercept with the use of the retaining wall the elevations below. So again, on this westerly side, the retaining wall is 50, 55 feet, 45 feet, goes to 60 feet, and ultimately 70 feet, and then back down to 0. Now, someone may look at this and say that I have made an error in reading the drawings, because if we were to zoom in into this area right here, we would see that the applicant has given us 2 bits of information, which in engineering lingo, the TW and the BW. The TW stands for top of wall, and they're saying that the top of wall elevation is 1216. That is very consistent with the proposed contour lines that we would see here. The applicant has said that the BW, the bottom of wall, is 1207. The difference between those would say that the drawing is telling us the wall height is only 9 feet. However, the true bottom of the area impacted here is elevation 1171. We can see that on the applicant's drawing. It shows the existing contours. It's showing no filling or activity in this area, so the wall is meeting those contour points. So the effective wall height is the difference between the 1216 top and the 1171 existing contours where it's meeting, and therefore the true wall height or effective wall height is 45 feet. Again, going back to the numbers on my drawing, they are not consistent with what the applicant is telling us the wall height is, but they are the true wall heights along that westerly side. On the Beulah Road side, we have another wall. And again, remember, the purpose of this wall was to allow for a backfilling to accommodate a flat area on which to construct the distribution facility. That retaining wall rises from 12 feet at the southerly end of it to 68 feet at the corner point, where it then turns and goes back down to 0 feet. In the area where we've taken the section, like we're showing here, that is where we had a wall height of 50 to 60 feet high. Now, the building itself is 90 feet high, and it's being positioned on top of a plateau that is anywhere from 50 to 60 feet high, meaning the wall itself. So if we look at that in section, we can see that the building height of 90 feet, when added to the plateau or platform on which it is being constructed, which is 50 to 60 feet high, means that the true effective height of the building is closer to 150 feet of height. So it's visually and physically very much more than what, even though the 90 feet is significant, when you compound that with the retaining wall, it's a significantly tall building. Now, the plan here then goes back to the Exhibit G, shows the plan as proposed by Amazon with the use of the retaining walls on the west and easterly side. It's my opinion that this could be mitigated and the impact on the neighborhood lessened by physically moving the building area, shifting it along with all of its distribution components, shifting it 110 feet to the left, as shown here. Now, when we propose that shift, I'm going to go back. You can see the parking lot stayed in its location and all the external access points stayed the same. But by shifting the building 110 feet, it would allow the removal of those walls on the east and westerly side and would still require the use of backfill and filling as shown in this cross section at the bottom of the sheet. In the middle section was the one proposed by Amazon, showing the retaining walls on the east and westerly side, taking the building, shifting it 110 feet, then allows room on the easterly side for a 2-to-1 slope to be placed in that would have less encroachment closer to Buell Road than what is currently shown. And as a fill slope, it has the ability to then be further reforested. You can't reforest a retaining wall. This would allow a vegetative growth, a buffering to occur within that shifting area. On the westerly side, by making the shift, we still, I think, are comfortably separated from the Greensburg Pike side within this area. The applicant, in its original engineering, may have been concerned about sitting over the top of this valley area here, shown on the cross section. It is my understanding that that valley area is not functioning as a drainage way. In fact, there is a 36-inch concrete storm sewer pipe carrying the water through this area, and therefore it would be reasonable to allow filling over the top of this area without the normal environmental impacts that you might want to avoid if it was truly a stream. But it is not a stream because it is already being piped within that area. Lastly, by the 110-foot shift, we more center the building within the area and provide greater separation between the Beulah Road side and the Amazon building distribution area. Okay. I think Mr. Ferguson had some questions of me.
Okay, you're done. All right. So, Mr. Victor, why is, well, first of all, is reforestation an environmentally positive practice at this site?
Yes, it would be for multiple reasons. There's much information out about the quality that trees provide versus a lawn, both in stormwater runoff and in air quality and heat control. It also would provide a more diverse habitat for animals, birds, things like that. So yes, and ultimately, if this site were left without mowing, ultimately in Western Pennsylvania, it would become a wooded site. So I think that it's fair to say that in Western Pennsylvania, the natural end result would be a forested area in the area, not the lawns.
Thank you. Section 304-37 -1H. Let me just make sure I got it. Yeah, point 1H provides the applicant will make reasonable efforts to utilize environmentally positive design criteria for the distribution facility where feasible. In your opinion, are 70-foot retaining walls on this site environmentally positive?
No, they are not.
Is the proposed deforestation of the site where development is occurring environmentally positive?
No, it is not, but it is the action that will take place by the placement of the building and its facilities on this site. Therefore, it's reasonable to think that there would be appropriate mitigation for those impacts. And there does not appear to be any effort to provide those types of mitigations.
Thank you. Section 304-31D of the ordinance provides the proposed use shall be sited, oriented, landscaped, and screened to produce a harmonious relationship of buildings and grounds to adjacent buildings and properties. In light of your study of this site, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this criteria is achieved with the current design?
I do not believe that it has met the ultimate challenge placed by the ordinance. I think the applicant made a fair attempt, but a much better attempt needs to be made to be compatible with the neighborhood.
Section 304-31E provides the proposed use shall produce a total visual impression and environment, which is consistent with the environment of the neighborhood. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the current design meets that criteria?
I say, similar to the prior answer, the applicant has not gone far enough to satisfy that criteria.
And finally, section 304-31H requires that the proposed use shall be consistent with past development of the borough and its current character. Give an opinion as to whether or not the site as currently designed meets that criteria.
The site has, the neighborhood has historically been a mixed use of single family, the Westinghouse business office, and the school. What's we're replacing is the business office component now with a distribution facility. And it is a change of the use. I think, again, it's the responsibility of the applicant to try to be more compatible with the surrounding uses in the neighborhood.
Thank you. I'd like to move for the admission of Churchill Future's exhibits F, G, H, and I will mark Mr. Victor's detailed presentation, which he shared with us tonight, as Q, and I'll send that along to everybody. I don't actually have that right now, but I will send that once Mr. Victor sends that to me. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Victor. Cross-examination, if anyone would like.
Thank you.
If I could, I would like to just jump in to say that the as a PowerPoint, these slides get relatively large. So what I will do is send you a link so that people can download off of the link to get to the PowerPoint. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. We
Yes.
appreciate that. And Mr. Ferguson will make sure that those exhibits become part of the record. Mr. Victor, could you unshare or stop sharing, whatever the proper nomenclature is, so that we can go back to the normal view? Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay. And
What I'll do to assist Mr. Victor's, I'm going to send him Mr. Metz, Mr. Gallagher's, Mr. Graziani's, and Mr. Rob's email addresses so that he can share that link directly with them.
that's great. And we'll make sure that's available to the public, however, as quickly as we can. I know Alex just works really hard to get those up, so the rest of the folks who are interested can view it. Okay. Everyone who's been following along knows what happens next. We do cross-examination. We are going to let the applicant proceed first with any cross-examination questions. If there are other party objectors who have questions for Mr. Victor, if you could please raise your hand, queue up, and we will get you in line after Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Metz ask their questions. So go ahead, Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Metz.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we have no objection to the admission of the exhibits referenced. Mr. Victor, who determines, you said you determined that there was no stream where the culverted stream was. I can't recall what page you were reviewing. Who determines what is a stream? What agency?
Ultimately, it would be the Corps of Engineers.
And
a jurisdictional determination can also be made by the Pennsylvania DEP, but traditionally we go to the Corps of Engineers for jurisdictional determinations.
okay, and they have made a determination. What you referred to as not a stream is in fact a stream.
Okay.
So that has to be accounted for. Additionally, you make it seem like it's very easy just to shift over the building. In doing so, doesn't a detailed geotechnical analysis, wetland delineation, and similar studies need to be performed to determine the feasibility?
Well, the retaining walls that you have will require significantly more geotechnical information than what the 2-to-1 slopes you have. Your geotechnical report has shown 2-to-1 slopes on the property. So I think it is fair to say that that determination has already been made, that it's feasible by your studies, that it is reasonable to use. And as to the stream aspect, I was not given access to any of the environmental studies that you had. They may have been there, but I just did not have them to know if a JD had been done relative to a stream. I think, though, that for the size of this project and the impacts, there are mitigation steps that could be taken that the DEP would be happy to consider.
And there is a form, a DP can consider that there is a permit review that will, outside of this context, and you can submit comments to DEP, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you have not conducted any studies. I mean, let me take that back. I'm sure we will have our own consultants come back and give a take on what you think their studies mean. But just to be clear, you have not conducted any geotechnical analysis or any other studies in support of your testimony today.
I am not a geotechnical engineer, and no, I have not done so. I have only relied upon the standards that have been put forth on the current plan.
Okay. And now I understand that all of Mr. Ferguson's clients live on the side of Beulah Road. Would shifting the building 110 feet in the other direction, wouldn't that just shift the impacts closer to those residents who live on Greensburg Pike?
Yes, it does shift it to them, but they are in the position, enviable position today to be significantly further away from the development. And so, as I said in my presentation, I felt that by the 110-foot shift, it subsequently makes it sort of a balanced position for both east and west neighbors.
Anything else? Thank you. Those are all the questions we have.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I'm looking for hands raised to see if there are any other party objectors who would like to ask questions of Mr. Victor as he rests comfortably in his forest background. Alex, are you seeing any hands raised?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, then any redirect, and then we'll certainly give the council members an opportunity to ask questions if they have them.
No redirect.
Okay, I think I saw a hand wave in our council chamber. So if there are questions from council, maybe a couple of hands waved. Go ahead in whatever order you deem fit, council people.
Hey, this is Kevin Collins, council member. Thank you, Mr. Victor, for your testimony. The site has been basically vacant for over 20 years and it's deteriorated. Do you have an opinion as to what that site will be like if it's left undeveloped for another 20 years?
I hope that by my testimony, you will have seen that I have not taken the no development approach. I am very much in favor of seeing some redevelopment of that site. It's unfortunate that it has sit idle for 20 years. And I would like to see some productive reuse for the benefit of the municipality, both in tax dollars and employment opportunities for you. So my approach and my testimony here was to try to find ways, and also I would like to say that based on the actions that the borough has taken to amend your zoning ordinance to allow this use to be here, I have inferred that to be your political decision to be supportive of this use. And so with that mindset, I have not taken a position of anti, but I have tried to find ways in which, as a conditional use, it can fit within the neighborhood more productively.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Victor.
Any other questions from council?
Yeah, Mr. Victor, Councilman Matt Castilla. At one point in your slides and presentation, you had mentioned that trees at the bottom of the retaining wall would not be effective. I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit further. And just as a little backup for that, I believe that during maybe one of the noise presentations, it was mentioned that the trees in front of the wall would screen the noise. So if you're thinking effective in a different way, could you just expound on that for us?
Yes. I was not aware that they were trying to use the vegetation in front of the wall as a sound deadening or sound attenuation device. If they are, then again, I don't believe it's going to be effective in the foreseeable future because they're going to be planting most likely 10 to 15 foot high plants in front of a 50 to 70 foot high wall. And so the majority of the wall for many years to come will be not affected or have any soundproofing due to that. I was also concerned that the trees, to the density and extent that they're putting them in, are so close to the base of the wall that those trees will have a hard time growing in that area. They didn't give them enough room. There's also an environmental consideration that I didn't point out, but that is a west-facing wall. So from basically noon until the sun sets, that wall is going to be at the full force of the sun, and it will gather up heat. that heat will be then reflected onto those plants, it would be difficult for them to have a full successful life in that particular location. It would be a challenge, can happen. But my biggest concern is that it will take 50 years for those trees to be of any height to perform that function. And that's the reason that I took the steps that I did to say, shift the building over. We could get rid of the wall. I fully recognize that that may have permitting issues, but a project of this size, I believe, should not be, stopped just because I think the permitting will be allowed for the process.
Okay, thank you. So in your professional opinion, do you think that it would make sense or it would be more effective if there were maybe medium-sized trees planted, not just at the bottom, but at the top of the wall in both places, or?
Certainly, it would be desirable from a screening of the distribution area to have some planting. They did not leave much space for that to occur. And it probably is an item I could have expanded on for further landscaping within that area. The advantage of doing the no wall approach is that you can then plant the full height of the 2-to-1 slope so that you can get vegetation growing right near the same elevation as the distribution center and then further all the way down the hill.
Thank you. That's all my
Yes, sir.
questions.
This is Jade Warren, Council President. Just one quick question. I just wanted to make sure I understood. During your testimony, and I appreciate and thank you for your testimony, I think it was a lot of helpful information. One of the things that you had said was that the applicant had made a fair attempt or effort. I can't remember if the word was attempt or effort. I'm wondering if you can kind of help define for me. I assume that the recommendations that you have provided are what would be a good or excellent effort. So can you kind of help me out? What do you mean by fair effort? Was it a poor effort relative to fair, relative to excellent? Can you help me understand what you meant by fair?
I think that if you look at the parking lot out front, they, did what I would call a typical large parking lot type planting with tree islands. It was a fair approach. I don't think it was enough, but it was a fair approach, meaning modest. And as far as the planting in front of the walls, again, trying to make some effort this evening. That part of that effort was for sound attenuation. If that was the case, then why didn't they also do that on the easterly wall to plant trees at the base of that wall at the same time? So again, I think they did enough to make it look like they did something. I just don't think for the size and scale of this project that they went far enough. Especially in light of what I read was that they're asking to be relieved of planting 4,000 trees. Well, spend their money on planting trees and not building walls, because the retaining walls that they're showing are probably significantly more expensive than the 4,000 trees. But that's a value engineering they need to go through. So, but I think that there definitely are ways in which they could go back and improve on the design. And I'm respectful of what they have done so far, but I just think it didn't go far enough.
Thank you again. Appreciate it. Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else from council before we see the mayor does appear to have a question, but anyone else from council first? All right, Mayor, you can unmute yourself, or I don't know if you need to unmute, or maybe you're already unmuted because you're in the room. Go
I think I'm good.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Victor. My question was, the concern that I was having was, I don't know if you were able to review the types of trees and species that they were considering to plant on that property in the reforestation. Like, are they adequate and appropriate for our climate? I mean, I did see before the names of some of the trees that they were planting. We were hoping they would be native species, and would they be appropriate for that site?
I did not go to the level of detail as to the specific plants. It was on the information, but I was taking more of a high altitude look at it as opposed to their specific plants. And I would agree with you that going with native species would be a desirable objective.
And something that would grow relatively fast. And we were hoping they would put more mature trees as opposed to saplings.
Yes, sir. I don't know to the specifications as to the plant size, because I did not look at that level. I'd be happy to go back. If this is the site plan they're going to be doing, I'd be happy to go back and make further recommendations on, or at least review of the plant material they are proposing.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Paul Gamert, Mayor.
You need no introduction, Mayor, and that's only because in the lower right corner of your box or lower left corner of your box, it says that. So, but you also need no introduction in general. All right, Mr. Victor, I think you're off the hook. Thank you for attending with us and working with us on this Zoom format. I know it's not an ideal situation, but we thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. I will stop the video and put myself to mute, but I would like to stay online to watch some of the other presenters.
No charge. All right, Mr. Ferguson, your next witness, please.
Okay, so I am, so I'm wondering, Alex, can you see Will Thornton?
And I think you said he might not be here till 7, so it's right around that time, Mr. Ferguson. So hopefully, if he's not here, he'll be here shortly.
Yeah, I sent him an email a moment ago that said that we were winding up with the.
I see a hand.
Yeah, he got promoted to a panelist. Or wait, he just raised his hand, looks like. That's what happened.
Yes.
I saw him move within the system.
Okay.
One moment, please.
Yeah, I see he raised his hand. Okay.
So now he's been promoted to panelist, and if he accepts that promotion, we'll see him in the other room. For those who are watching online, we have about 107 participants on Zoom and about 9 on Facebook. And most people know that sometimes participants in Zoom can represent more than one person watching.
Okay. So I now see Mr. Thornton. Mr. Thornton, perhaps you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear and see me?
We can.
Yes.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Will, you have provided us with a report. Would you like to share that from where you are?
Certainly.
Okay.
Dwight, this is the court reporter. Do you want to swear in Mr. Thornton, please?
Thank you for that. Well, I think I'd like you to do that, if you don't mind.
Yes, do you want me to swear him in? Okay, Mr. Thornton, if you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Thornton, did you have occasion to review the Ostergaard sound report? I see you're posting your review there.
I am. Can everybody see? I'm currently sharing my screen, sharing my report. Can everybody see that?
I can see it.
Yes.
Would you please review your educational and professional experience before presenting your report?
Certainly. So my name is Will Thornton, Thornton. principal consultant at Thornton Acoustics and Vibrations. I've actually been trained both at the undergraduate and the graduate level in mechanical engineering, specifically in physical acoustics, noise control, mechanical vibrations. I've worked as an acoustical engineer, for lack of a better official term, for approximately 20 plus years. Actually, I've grown up around the industry. And within that, routinely deal with industrial and environmental and community noise projects. Within those projects, routinely dealing with environmental and community noise issues, both on behalf of applicants looking to build and develop sites, working with them to provide noise control engineering and assessment, similar as was provided by Ostergaard in this case, and working to measure, evaluate community noise impacts and compliance.
Okay, any cross-examination questions with regard to Mr. Thornton's qualifications?
No.
Okay, Mr. Thornton, would you please present your report?
Sure. So I was retained on behalf of Churchill Future, specifically to review the noise impact study done by Ostergaard Acoustical Associates on behalf of the Amazon development. So my report that I'm going to go through tonight, I'm summarizing my critique and my response to the Ostergaard report. And I will also be presenting an ambient noise study, a brief ambient noise study that our firm did to illustrate what I believe are some of the deficiencies in the Ostergaard methodology. Starting off, it's the real point. Ultimately, I guess Ostergaard was tasked with this, or the applicant was tasked with this in response to what I've excerpted in Figure 2, Churchill zoning ordinance, basically dictating that noise which is objectionable should be controlled. And I guess as an attempt to partially deal with that, Amazon tasked Ostergaard with a noise impact study. In reviewing their study, it's my opinion that there were a number of bias errors and deficiencies that consistently and systematically caused that the noise study to underestimate the noise impact that will be created by the Amazon facility. And I'll walk through what those are in more detail. Specifically, three main points. First of all, Churchill does not have an objective. And when I say objective, I mean sound level based noise ordinance. However, there is a large body of scientific information and knowledge out there stretching back many decades as to community noise limits, community noise impacts. So while there's no specific objective Churchill noise ordinance, there are a large volume of scientific information, industry knowledge as to appropriate community noise limits and noise impacts. In addition, there are a number of, and not all communities with noise ordinances, but a number of communities throughout the US and the world for that matter that have objective, modern, science-based noise ordinances. These can certainly have been relied upon to inform the approach that Ostergaard used in their noise study. Instead, the approach they used was simply to measure the existing ambient noise, to ignore all these bodies of information, all these reference points, and to simply measure the existing ambient noise and use that as a justification and a basis for creating more future noise. I'll go through that in more detail. Secondly, again, there's no objective noise ordinance, so the methodology by which this is to be analyzed and addressed and controlled is not spelled out by Churchill. In the absence of that clear guidance, Ostergaard chose to use a number of metrics and a methodology that I think consistently underestimate the noise impact because it minimizes and even ignores the low frequency noise that will be created by the operation of this site, and basically underestimate the noise impact because of that. And then I also, as a big part of this, I said Ostergaard chose to measure the existing ambient levels and use this as a basis for their future project noise goals. I think there's a number of glaring deficiencies in the Ostergaard ambient noise study that I'll walk through and illustrate. in essence, like I said, there is no objective noise ordinance. It's pretty common throughout the U.S. for communities to have noise ordinances. Often they are subjective. You'll find language to the effect of noise developments are not allowed to create noise that will disrupt or annoy a person of normal hearing. It's fairly meaningless. That can't be quantified. So what progressive communities typically do is rely on the body of science to establish objective level-based noise ordinances. These are typically done as a function of zoning district or time of day. Again, all of these resources were ignored in establishing the noise goals. Ostergaard instead measured the ambient, used that to justify future noise. In addition, well, let me jump through. Let me talk about some of the number of the deficiencies. Like I said, so I think I've made the point with the noise ordinance, noise limits and noise ordinances. So if you look at page 4, section 2.1, what Ostergaard chose to do was to measure the ambient noise levels using a number of statistical metrics. The primary statistical metrics used by Ostergaard are the L sub 90, which is the sound level exceeded 90% of some arbitrary time, and the L sub 10, which is the sound level exceeded 10% of some arbitrary duration. And if you were to look at figures 3 and 4, these are actually excerpts of the Ostergaard noise report where they describe their opinion of what these metrics mean. And you'll see that the L10, so again, the L10, if we were to measure the sound in the community at some arbitrary point in Churchill, whether it's over a minute or 10 minutes or an hour, the L10 would be that sound level that is exceeded 10% of the time at that measurement point over that arbitrary duration. As Ostergaard describes it, if you look at figure 3, they describe the L10 as a measure of the contribution of intrusive sound sources. Often this L10 metric, these levels exceeded only 10% of the time, are intrusive, disruptive, highly annoying, problematic noise. Helicopter flyovers, jet flyovers, sirens, ambulances, unmuffled motorcycle, cars racing on Beulah Road, things like that. So this L10 would capture what's typically, in Ostergaard's own words, intrusive sound sources. The other statistical metric they use, and this is much more common, is the L90. That's the sound level exceeded 90% of the time. As we'll see, Ostergaard chose to take sound measurements in 10-minute increments. So the L90 would simply be the noise level that was exceeded 9 out of those 10 minutes. The L90 by convention is typically referred to as the background or ambient sound level. By convention, by tradition throughout our industry, when practitioners look to measure and characterize the existing ambient noise levels or the ambient noise levels in some environment, L90 is typically the metric that's used. So I pointed out that what Ostergaard has chosen to do in the absence of a specific noise ordinance and the absence of following other guidance was to use the existing sound levels as characterized by both the L10 and the L90 as a basis to justify future noise goals. This isn't entirely without precedent. It is common for some communities to use the ambient sound levels as a basis for limiting future noise. But what's typically done, as is done in the city of Pittsburgh, would be to take the existing ambient measurements as characterized by something like the L average or the L90 and allow no more than a 3 dB increase. In communities that choose this approach, they do not, in fact, I've never seen them in many communities, use something like the L10, these intrusive noise metrics. I think pointing out in passing, as I said, there's a lot of objective noise ordinances. For what it's worth, Churchill's surrounded by communities with objective modern science-based noise ordinance. The city of Pittsburgh has an objective noise ordinance, arguable as to how effective and modern it is, but closer to Churchill, both Monroeville and Murraysville have modern objective noise ordinances for comparison. A second thing, throughout Ostergaard's noise study, their noise modeling, their noise mitigation design, their noise assessment, in characterizing, modeling, controlling, one has to choose metrics, descriptors to measure and describe the noise. And it's critical that those metrics be chosen to accurately capture the noise being dealt with, the noise problem at hand. In this case, we've got a community noise issue. So we have to choose a noise metric that accurately captures the noise emissions that would come from the proposed Amazon site and accurately capture the potential noise impact, community noise at the neighboring residential properties and even within the residential homes. Often community noise issues involve significant low frequency noise. So if you were to walk outside or listen to sound in the rooms you're all in right now, sound can be broken down into frequencies. We hear across a frequency range from roughly 20 hertz, 20 vibrations per second, to 20,000 hertz, 20,000 vibrations per second. These low frequency sounds we hear and perceive as low frequency bass sounds. The high frequency sounds we hear and perceive as high pitch treble sounds. But at a site like Amazon, where the noise is predominantly going to come from truck traffic, both on the site and surface roads surrounding the site, large numbers of HVAC systems, and one or more standby generators, all of these noise sources are controlled and have predominant low frequency noise components. If you've heard a diesel truck idling when you've been nearby or had one drive by you at 35 miles an hour, you've probably heard somewhere in your life this throaty low frequency diesel sound. That's characteristic of low frequency noise. So it's incumbent that in this effort, Ostergaard should have chosen a metric that accurately captures the true level and frequency content of these noise sources. Again, they have a lot of low frequency noise. There are a number of metrics that we can use to characterize sound that relate to the human perception of sound and loudness. Just to name a couple, we have A, B, and C weighting filters. We have a Sones measurement, a Phones measurement, and something much more modern called Zwicker loudness. I'm going to be talking about the A and C weighting filters as they're pertinent to the issue at hand. These A and C weighting filters are basically very simple, primitive, 70-plus-year-old concepts that were based on what we'll talk about, equal loudness curves. They're not necessarily how humans hear or how the ear responds. They're a very trivially simple approximation of human perception of loudness at certain frequencies and levels. It's commonly reported that A weighting is how people hear, or A weighting mimics the response of the human ear. There's just textbook mistake, textbook error. A, B, C weighting, Sones, Phones, Zwicker loudness, all these things I've named are all different metrics that are based on the perception, human perception of sound and loudness and frequency response. So this is a simple idea that A weighting is how we hear is just a textbook mistake. What I'm going to focus on is A weighting and C weighting. And what A weighting, I'm going to look at a figure, I'll discuss what this is. A weighting, these are both filters that are applied. So when we have a real world noise source and we travel out to the factory or the neighborhood and we want to measure these noise sources, we choose settings on our sound level meters. And we can, two of the settings that we're able to engage are either the A weighting filter, the C weighting filter, or both. And what these are, they're literally filters that filter out certain components, certain frequency components of the noise and allow others to pass through. If you look at actually figure 5, the orange curve is a representation of the A weighting filter. And so what we have here across the horizontal axis are frequencies 1 to 10,000 hertz. And on the vertical action, we have a correction or an attenuation that these filters apply. So if you look down at low frequencies, so down between 10 and 100 hertz, that orange curve, it subtracts anywhere from 10 to 40 plus decibels from the measured noise at those frequencies. So what it basically does is rejects and attenuates any low frequency component. So it will underestimate the low frequency noise. On the other hand, the C weighting filter, if we chose to engage that, passes all of the frequency content through relatively flatly with very little low frequency attenuation. And want to use a couple real world examples to illustrate the effect. So if we were to take trucks traveling to and from or on the Amazon site, or large rooftop HVAC systems, and we were to measure them with A weighting versus C weighting. If you look at figure 6, we actually have an example. This is actually this is a frequency measurement of a diesel truck idling at some arbitrary distance. I don't recall what the distance actually was. And these are the frequency measurements. Again, so we have the frequency of the sound. Again, we perceive that as pitch across the horizontal axis, 1 to in this case, 5,000 hertz. And we have the level or the loudness of the sound, the amount of energy at those frequencies on the vertical axis. The orange curve is the diesel truck measured with A weighting engaged. The blue curve is the diesel truck measured with C weighting engaged. If you look up at higher frequencies, those orange and blue curves lie pretty much on top of each other. The choice between A and C weighting at mid and high frequencies has very little impact. But down at these low frequency diesel exhaust noises, diesel engine noises, the choice between A and C weighting has a very large impact. If you actually look at the legend at the bottom of that figure, within those labels are the overall levels. So if we take these frequency pictures, these are basically DNA prints or fingerprints of the noise. If we were to simply add up all the area under the curve, we can measure the overall sound pressure level. So we could add up all the area under the blue curve and measure the overall C-weighted sound pressure level in dBc. The orange curve, we could do that and add up the overall A-weighted sound pressure level in dBA. And when we do this, what we find is measuring in dBA, we measure this truck idling at 76 dBA. If we recognize there's a lot of low frequency noise and we instead engage the C weighting filter, we find that that diesel truck produces a sound level at that same point of 84 dBc. So we see that the choice between A and C weighting, something like a diesel truck with a lot of low frequency noise, has a large impact on the measured and predicted sound result. Figure 7 is the same exact exercise, except with a 5-ton package AC rooftop type unit. These measurements, I believe, were taken at a distance of approximately 10 feet. So again, the same exact exercise. We've just measured the same noise source. In one case, we've engaged dBA. In another case, we've engaged dBc, because these air conditioning units, these HVAC units, contain and are dominated by a lot of low frequency noise. The choice in these two filters has a large impact on the overall sound pressure level. The overall level of this air conditioner is 65 dBA, but 71 dBc. So why is this important? Throughout Ostergaard's ambient noise study, throughout their modeling efforts and their noise control prediction efforts and design efforts, Ostergaard consistently and only used A weighting. So they've chosen to use this metric in the absence of clear guidance from the ordinance, and they've chosen to use A weighting. That A weighting has the effect that it significantly underestimates the noise that would be emitted from the site and off the site by diesel trucks, HVAC units, and standby generators. This choice of A weighting has another important impact. It causes a gross overestimate in the amount of reduction that will be provided by the design and proposed noise barriers and screening. To illustrate that, if you look at figure 8, this is just a generic schematic of a noise barrier, a sound barrier, where we have some source located 2 meters off the ground. 10 meters away, we have some receiver located 2 meters off the ground. And in between them, we have a 3-foot tall noise barrier. We could change any of these numbers and the effects will be largely the same. If we were to actually take this scenario and look at how much reduction is provided by this generic noise barrier, if we look at table 1, what's presented in table 1 is the amount of reduction, what we call insertion loss. In other words, when we insert this noise barrier into the scenario, how much noise is reduced. And so we look at how much insertion loss is provided at different frequencies. And if you look at table 1, in the 63 hertz band, this given barrier only provides 9 decibels, approximately 9 decibels of reduction. At higher frequencies, 2000 and 4000 hertz, these higher pitched, higher frequency zones, the same barrier provides 19 to roughly 22 decibels of reduction. So again, why is this important? Because in choosing to only look at the A-weighted decibel, in choosing to model the effect and the impact of the proposed noise barriers by rejecting, through the choice of A-weighting, the low frequency noise will be emitted by the site that would have to be addressed by these barriers. The effect is that the impact, the noise reduction provided by their design barriers is overestimated. It doesn't account for the relatively poor performance at low frequencies. And then the last deficiency that I saw, a pretty glaring deficiency. Again, Ostergaard chose to simply measure the existing ambient levels and use them as a basis for what they consistently call project goals, their design limits for the future. What Ostergaard did is they chose 5 representative monitoring and modeling sites throughout the area, surrounding the site and on the site. These are shown in my figure 9, which is actually figure 1 from the Ostergaard report, where they show sites 1 through 5 surrounding the proposed distribution center. And at each of these 5 sites, what Ostergaard did was over a 3-day period, gathered a number of spot measurements. So they would, there were several spot measurements in the morning, several spot measurements in the afternoon, and several spot measurements in late evening at each of these 5 sites, such that each site was only characterized by a total of 60 minutes over 3 days. So a number of 10-minute periods. Best practice, and I'll talk about this in a little more detail, if we're trying to characterize ambient noise at a site, best practice dictates that we install some array of noise monitoring equipment, and that equipment run continuously, 24-hour basis, for some extended period of time, especially when we're concerning ourselves with statistical descriptors of the noise. If we do not have a statistically significant sampling, those statistical descriptors that we choose to use from these brief spot measurements may be significantly biased or in error. So what Ostergaard did, I'll talk about my ambient study, but in figure 10, you can actually see, if you look at figure 1, site 2 in the Ostergaard study, and then in their modeling efforts, they call site 2 point D. So 2D is on Greensburg Pike. It was a location that we were able to gain access to a cooperating resident to allow the placement of a noise monitor on their property. And you can actually see the red tag in figure 10 is where we place the noise monitor at 2501 Greensburg Pike. And I programmed my noise monitor to collect noise data in 10-minute increments to produce statistical metrics about the noise in 10-minute increments over a 3-day period. What I'm going to walk through and do is compare this more rigorous ambient noise monitoring where we run continuously over the 3-day period to the spot measurement approach done by Ostergaard. The Ostergaard, I'm going to look specifically just at site 2D and the Ostergaard ambient study and modeling effort. And if we just look at site 2/D, if you look at table 2 on my page 12, here we have the Ostergaard ambient noise data, both the L10 levels for several 10-minute periods and the L90 for several 10-minute periods collected at 9:42, 10:22 a.m., 12:50, 3:06 p.m., and then at 10:26 and 10:32 p.m. So this site 2, was characterized by a total of 6 10-minute spot measurements conducted over 3 days. First, I'm going to present the measured noise data that I collected during my brief noise monitoring, site noise monitoring, and that's shown in figure 11. So what we have on the horizontal axis are date and time, ranging from 8:15 in the morning. The study ended on 8:18 in the afternoon. And on the horizontal axis, we have the A-weighted sound pressure levels. And so I've plotted here my continuous measurement of both the L10 and the L90 to mimic the Ostergaard methodology. And what we find, specifically if we look at the L90, so again, the L90 is by convention a characterization of the ambient noise levels. If we look at those ambient noise levels over a 3-day period throughout the day and night, we find that can everybody see my cursor?
Yes, we can.
Okay. What we find is, for example, during a daytime period, these ambient levels fluctuate. Day one, they're roughly 43 to 53 dBA. In the evening, we find that all of a sudden these ambient sound levels jump up and peak significantly. We find this over all 3 days, these areas circled in red. And doing a spectral analysis and listening to the audio recordings, we find these were extremely loud periods of seasonal insect noise. Unfortunately, this ambient noise study was conducted during midsummer, late summer, and we have a worst case insect noise. So we see the insect noise peak, and somewhere during the middle of the night, after midnight, these insects become quiet, and we see a significant drop. So here in roughly the 2 to 4 a.m. range, the ambient noise levels drop down to roughly 42 or 43 dBA. We see the same thing in the next night. The ambient levels drop down as low as 40 dBA, and the third night again, between 40 and 45 dBA. The L10 levels, so again, these are the intrusive noise levels, the problematic noise levels. We see a similar pattern, but the drops at night are not as dramatic. If we listen to the recorded data, we find that, again, there are loud cars, loud trucks, motorcycles clearly speeding up the roads, overflights, sirens in the distance, things like that lead to these intrusive noise levels throughout the period. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually take the spot measurements performed by Ostergaard. Again, these were just 6 spot measurements over a period, and I'm going to superimpose them on my data. Even though the Ostergaard measurements occurred over a 3-day period, what I've done is plotted them at the time of day, each day that they were taken. I've just reproduced that data across all 3 days of my study. And if we look at the Ostergaard, so they've simply taken spot measurements. Each one of these orange triangular dots represents that small spot measurement taken by Ostergaard instead of taking a continuous measurement over the full 3 days. And we find if we compare the Ostergaard ambient characterization, their L90 spot measurements, to my L90 continuous measurement during the daytimes and even in the late evening, the spot measurements correlate fairly well with my continuous measurements. However, by choosing not to measure continuously over 24-hour periods, Ostergaard missed some of the low ambient periods during the day, didn't accurately characterize them, and they completely missed the quiet ambient periods in the middle of the night. This is pretty important because recall, this site will be running HVAC equipment 24 hours a day. This site will be generating truck traffic passing through these communities 24 hours a day. So the Ostergaard, as we'll talk about their methodology, using the existing sound levels, the existing lowest sound levels to set future sound level goals. If they don't accurately characterize the existing sound levels, they're going to overestimate the amount of ambient noise. Their project noise goals will be biased very high, and they'll result in permitting excessive noise, underestimating the noise impact that will actually be created. So again, Ostergaard entirely missed through their methodology, entirely missed these quiet periods, sometimes through the day, but entirely missed the quiet periods that occur overnight. If we look at the same, so this is the same comparison, except we're now looking at the intrusive noise levels, the L10 noise levels. And if we compare my L10 continuous measurement this site to their brief spot measurements, we find that the Ostergaard measurements for some reason appear to be bias high. compared to what we're now measuring as the intrusive noise levels here in, so the Ostergaard measurements were taken in 2019 during October of 2019, a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And here we are measuring the ambient noise in August of 2021. And when I look at traffic patterns, being also familiar with the area, if you look at traffic patterns, this would have occurred, their ambient noise study would have occurred when school was in session. So it so happens that their morning noise measurements, their afternoon measurements occur roughly in the morning rush hour to rush hour shoulder period. Their afternoon measurements occur roughly in the afternoon rush hour to rush hour shoulder period, and also times at which school buses may have been coming and going from the adjacent Woodland Hills School. In the evening, Ostergaard has measured the noise, like I said, between 10 and 11 p.m., but they've completely omitted to measure the overnight, the quietest intrusive noise levels. So the net result is that their intrusive noise measurements are bias high. They dramatically overestimate the amount of L10 intrusive noise at the site. Let's walk through the effect of these bias errors. What Ostergaard then did is they used their data to pick out the lowest hourly levels, the quietest periods. So again, they didn't accurately capture the lowest levels, the lowest quietest periods, to entirely miss them overnight with their snapshots. But they used what they characterized as the lowest periods to characterize each site. And if we look at site 2, Ostergaard, based on their measurements, believes that the quietest L90 measured at site 2 is 49 dBA. The quietest L10 measured at site 2 is 59 dBA. They then use these numbers to establish project noise goals. If we look at a comparison between the data we just collected with our ambient noise study and the Ostergaard spot ambient noise study, we find that the lowest TAV L90 is actually 40 dBA, 9 decibels lower than Ostergaard's finding. The lowest intrusive noise level, L10, was 50 dBA. Again, just somewhat, this is actually coincidental. The fact they're both 9 dBA lower, it's not a systematic effect, but using the full picture of the real ambient noise levels by measuring continuously 24 hours a day, we find that the quietest periods are actually significantly, approximately 9 dBA lower than those used by Ostergaard. What Ostergaard then did is they used their lowest levels to set project sound goals, steady sound goals, intrusive sound goals. And again, let's focus specifically at site 2D and their steady sound goal. So this ambient L90 sound goal was 49 dBA. Their intrusive sound goal was 59 dBA. And when they use that, if we jump down to figure 16, which is Ostergaard table 16, they then produced a noise model. They used a standard commercial noise modeling software. They did not actually share the full model, just the results that were obtained from the model. They did not share the choices and simplifications that are made in applying the model. But when they modeled what was in their opinion, the noise that will be emitted by this site, by the proposed site at location D, my location 1, they set, again, the intrusive sound goal of 59 dBA. Based on their model, so their output of this commercial sound modeling package, they believe that the Amazon site will emit a sound pressure level at that location of 54 dBA, a maximum sound pressure level of 54 dBA. And based on their methodology, they believe that the predicted noise levels are 5 dBA below the intrusive sound project goal. If we instead jump down to table 5, as we see, they miss the quietest periods. Their characterization of the quietest L10 period was 59 dBA. We know that it's actually 50 dBA from a more thorough noise, continuous noise study. If we plug that into their methodology and use that as the intrusive sound project goal, they predict a modeled maximum of 54 dBA. Now, instead of being 5 dBA under the target, we find that simply by doing a thorough ambient noise study, plugging it into their methodology, their own model predicts that they're going to exceed the project intrusive sound goal by 4 dBA. Again, this is driven by a finding that the ambient noise levels were overestimated by Ostergaard and then plugged in to artificially bias the project noise goals. So in summary, it's my opinion there's some inherent biases and deficiencies in the Ostergaard methodology. They result in an overestimate of the ambient noise, as that is used excuse me, to set project noise goals, quote unquote noise goals. This results in artificially high noise goals, overestimates the efficacy of the proposed noise controls. We talked about how A weighting, the choice to use A weighting, overestimates the amount of reduction that'll be provided by noise barriers. It underestimates the noise emissions generated by truck traffic, HVAC equipment, and generators. The net effect of all of this is it underestimates the noise impact that will be created by the proposed use at this site with their proposed noise controls. Like I said, if we correct some of their errors in their characterization of the ambient noise, even using what I find to be a contentious approach applied by Ostergaard, using their methodology, this site will not meet their corrected noise goals. And of course, none of these noise mitigation measures address off-site noise. These trucks will be traveling through the surrounding communities and surface roads. In these areas, these truck noise impacts, which are underestimated, will not be attenuated at all by the proposed noise barriers. And really the only effective way to mitigate that truck noise traffic in those communities, in this community, is to eliminate it. Certainly eliminate it at night where the impact will be the greatest, or even during the daytime as it passes by these residential locations. Noise barriers are not going to be effective. They're not going to be built in everybody's front yard. They will not achieve the benefit that some of the nearby residents will. And that's it in a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Certainly.
I'll just ask you a few more questions here. Mr. Baldessano, who was the author of the Ostergaard report and who testified on behalf of the applicant, stated that noise studies which are done over longer periods of time were unreliable because there could be noises which might affect the equipment. An animal could come and make a noise by the equipment, insects, as you said, an airplane flying overhead, and that it would result in some type of inaccurate reading because you wouldn't know the source of that noise. And that was part of his explanation for taking the sound measurements in such short increments. You did your study over 3 days. How do you respond to Mr. Baldessano's concerns about noise studies over long periods of time?
So there's a number of methodologies to overcome those obstacles. Inherently, and we're talking about trying to collect statistical information about a phenomenon. It's simply math. More data increases the statistical significance of the metric, gross oversimplification. But directly to the point, we can record calibrated audio of the noise events. We are able to go back and listen. We can perform frequency analysis. We can separate out cause and effect, pick out specific noise sources in the long-term noise monitoring. We can supplement the long-term noise monitoring with manned site monitoring, which we typically do for often 24 hours or longer throughout a longer noise study. We can set up cameras to record what's occurring on or around the site, there's ways of overcoming. These aren't any of these noise events that may occur over the noise study do not have to be a mystery. There's ways of documenting them, interpreting them, understanding them, and where appropriate, excluding them. For example, it's not uncommon in long-term noise monitoring for birds or insects to perch on the microphone and create noise for 10 minutes or half an hour. These can be identified, isolated, and excluded. It's worth pointing out, if we go back to, one of my consistent points is, if we do not have a large enough data set to gain a statistically significant sample, these short spot measurements are unreliable. Some device, traffic may have been light that day or heavy that day. The weather may have been windy, or insects may have been loud or quiet. If we just look at Ostergaard's measurements taken roughly at the same time of day, 2 different days, we see almost roughly a 6 or 8 dB split in the measurements. So we see the inaccuracy, the error in just taking these spot measurements. We don't have a good statistical sample to accurately statistically model the noise.
Thank you. This is not an item that you touched on, but I believe that Mr. Castiglia asked the prior witness about trees being an effective sound attenuation device. Are trees an effective sound attenuation device?
Let me preface this answer by stating that 95% of the people listening to this call will disagree with what I have to say. And I'm going to address that disagreement right in my answer. Trees and foliage and plants are not an effective noise barrier, noise attenuation, noise control device, no matter how densely planted, how thick. This is shown and proven time and again in objective science-based studies. This turns out it's a relatively easy thing to measure and characterize. You will talk to most lay people and they will insist that noise levels get louder on their property in the fall when the foliage falls from the trees, or the opposite happens in the summer. When you explore that anecdotal opinion, these lay opinions, these anecdotal stories deeper, you find there are often other effects causing the noise levels to fluctuate with season, weather patterns, density inversions, localized micrometeorology conditions. When you look at them objectively and scientifically, they are not created by trees and foliage. People's perception that trees and foliage block or damp or whatever word they choose to use the sound is simply inaccurate.
Thank you. So in a study like the one performed by Ostergaard, the objective of which was to determine the potential noise effect of the proposed distribution facility on surrounding residential properties, is it unusual to use things like sirens and motorcycles without mufflers, low-flying helicopters, the things which you described as intrusive noise that only occur 10% of the time within the sample time, to establish a goal not to exceed?
Very uncommon. Worth pointing out, by the way, in your statement, your question, you said that I describe as intrusive noise. I want to clarify that's Ostergaard's description. In their very report, they define these L10, this level exceeded 10% of the time.
I was using your examples.
Yes, but yeah, I want to clarify. I happen to agree with them in this case.
Okay.
But no, it's completely uncommon, unconventional, not accepted best practice to use existing intrusive noise. I mean, by the very definition, these are noise sources that already disrupt and impact the lives of the residents of Churchill. These are problematic noise sources, not ones that should be replicated and used to justify future intrusive noise. It's absolutely uncommon to take the intrusive noise and use it to justify future intrusive noise.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it correct that what Mr. Baldessaro did was he applied the L90 standard, the ambient noise level occurring 90% of the time, to the HVAC systems, but created this special higher, noisier standard when it came to the trucks that will be running 24/7 in and out of this site.
Correct. He did use that approach. He used the ambient, the L90 levels for the steady state noise sources, and chose to artificially create a higher, more permissive standard for transient noise sources, which actually often can be more intrusive because of their transient nature, because of the frequency content, and because of the frequency with which how often they occur. In other words, these transient events happen with trucks passing on and off the site. Let me expand on that answer, Mr. Ferguson. It's typical, like I said, it is not uncommon for communities to use the ambient noise levels to set future noise targets. And what's typically done is they would use the ambient sound levels characterized by something like the L90 and allow no more than a 3 dBA increase. I take it, I don't necessarily agree with that methodology, but it's frequently done. They would not use something like those communities don't use the intrusive noise metrics to set those limits. They do in fact apply those ambient noise levels even to transient and impulsive noise sources.
Thank you. We don't have a transcript yet of the prior hearings. However, on the Borough of Churchill website, Mr. Graziani has posted links to prior hearings, which are videos, are YouTube videos. And in the YouTube video in which Mr. Baldessano testified at 1 hour and 45 minutes in, he stated that the C-weighted sound levels were, quote, typically used for music and nightclubs. Is that what the C-weighted sound level is typically used for? Music and nightclubs?
No, any of these metrics, as I touched on, any of these metrics, first of all, when we're trying to measure, characterize, and model noise, we need to know something about the frequency content, the tones that are going to be emitted by this noise. It's then incumbent on the practitioner to make an informed decision as to the appropriate metric. If a noise source contains a lot of low frequency noise, as do diesel trucks and HVAC equipment and standby generators, it's incumbent to choose a metric that accurately captures that low frequency noise.
Thank you. At 2 hours and 12 minutes in on that video, Mr. Baldessano stated that he does not see, meaning in his experience, use of the C weighting in measuring sound of engines and machinery. Is your experience the same as Mr. Baldessano's?
A couple of issues there. Often engines and well, let me back up a higher level. So first of all, the history of the A-weighted sound pressure level, the A-weighted decibel, it has been found over decades, so probably exceeding 50 or 60 years, maybe even a little bit longer now, that the A-weighted sound pressure level is a very good predictor of the risk of occupational noise-induced hearing loss. For much of the history of physical acoustics and noise control, our industry was driven by occupational industrial noise exposure. Because of that, A weighting was almost ubiquitous in a lot of those measurements and approaches, even stipulated and dictated by OSHA noise compliance methodologies. As a result, there's a lot of inertia behind this A weighting concept. Many practitioners have never been exposed to any other alternatives. Often the measurement of air conditioning equipment, generators, engines is done to comply with OSHA type measurements, and accordingly A-weighted sound pressure levels are used. It is quite common, however, when we are concerned with low frequency noise impacts, community noise impacts, to appropriately choose something like the C weighting metric that capture these low frequency sounds. In fact, in my professional practice, I've run across a number of communities throughout the U.S. that, and I'm drawing a blank on what some of them are, although I can certainly dig out my project files, that actually use the C-weighted decibel, so DBC, in their objective noise ordinances. They recognize that low frequency is problematic, and they choose to use this metric to accurately capture that. Something I glossed over, I do want to expand upon. Not only will this site emit a lot of low frequency energy by the nature of the noise sources, low frequency community noise is particularly insidious because real buildings, whether the Churchill Borough building you're sitting in right now or people's residential homes, all of these constructions are relatively poor at stopping low frequency energy and do a fairly good job at stopping mid and high frequency energy. So when you have a site, you have a noise emitter that generates a lot of low frequency noise. This energy propagates readily into surrounding buildings and residences. So it's particularly insidious. So choosing a metric that ignores that low frequency energy or grossly underestimates it really underestimates the nature of the low frequency problematic noise, the kind that doesn't just affect people in their backyards, but propagates through their walls and windows and affects them in their bedrooms at night when they're trying to sleep.
Thank you. At 1 minute and 49 seconds, Mr. Baldessano said that using A weighting does not eliminate low and medium frequencies. It just presents them in a different fashion. Do you agree with that?
Not really. No, it does not truly eliminate them. It's not what we call a brick wall filter that it completely wipes out low frequency energy. But as we saw in some of those comparisons, when I showed you the spectral differences, A and C weighted measurements for a diesel truck and for an air conditioning unit, you saw graphically the difference. It doesn't totally wipe out the low frequency energy, but it dramatically reduces it.
Thank you. At 2 hours and 35 minutes, Mr. Baldessano said the following, quote, "Truck operations running 24 hours a day are not a constant noise source." Quote, end quote, quote, "It is the furthest thing from a steady noise source." Do you agree?
Fairly nuanced question and answer. In our field, often we refer to a steady state noise source as something like literally a standby generator or an air conditioning unit that runs 24/7 at a fixed or a motor in a factory that runs constantly. So no, the truck noise is not truly steady state. It varies in level and frequency content over a 24-hour period. And it's really a steady stream of transient noise sources as those trucks pass and travel through the site. So technically, no, it's not a steady state noise source. It's a transient noise stream.
Okay. But if they're if the trucks are running 24/7, it's a relatively frequently recurring noise source.
It is. These trucks are not running one time a day. This is not something that occurs for 30 seconds one time a day. My understanding, based on the traffic presentations, this is a pretty frequently occurring event throughout a 24-hour period.
At 1 hour and 51 minutes, Mr. Baldessano testified that if he had conducted his study using C weighting, his study would have contained exactly the same conclusions. Was that the result of your findings?
No, it was not. I think for the reasons I've expanded upon in my report, there's a bias underestimating the low frequency noise, overestimating the amount of noise reduction provided by the noise barriers and noise walls. And to Mr. Baldessano's point, their model could easily be run with C weighting to prove that point if that's their contention.
Was the Ostergaard report skewed toward finding high ambient noise levels?
Absolutely, yes. Again, the Ostergaard study did not measure at all in any way, shape, or fashion the overnight noise levels when these communities, as is typical of most communities, are the quietest. So the quietest hours roughly from midnight or 1 a.m. to roughly 4 to 5 a.m. when traffic is at a minimum, aircraft overflights are at a minimum, cars racing on the road are few and far between, insects have gone to sleep, people have gone to sleep. These are the quietest times. People are trying to sleep in their houses. They simply omitted to measure the quietest times of day and night.
Was the Ostergaard report skewed toward excluding low frequency noises?
I believe it was, yes, by choosing the A-weighting metric and not choosing to use, in the absence of constraints put on by an objective noise ordinance. They were not dictated to use A-weighting, they chose to. This is a metric and a measurement methodology that largely rejects the contribution of low frequency energy, these bass sounds that are endemic with truck noise, HVAC noise, and standby generators.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the Ostergaard report is a credible analysis of the noise and vibration to be produced by the proposed distribution facility?
I think there's a number of deficiencies in their methodology that lead it to not be credible. Does not accurately characterize the site. It underestimates the noise impact, overestimates the amount of noise reduction with their proposed design.
Are your opinions that you've shared with us this evening rendered within a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
Yes, everything I've presented this evening and within my report was rendered to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Actually, Mr. Gallagher, let me ask you first. Do you have more than 3 minutes worth of questions? Should we break now?
That we can take a break right now.
Okay, great. I always promise our core reporter at 8 o'clock, so we'll break just a few minutes early here, and then we'll come back. Mr. Thornton, you'll be back on the hot seat about 10 after 8.
Excellent.
Thank you
Very
very
good.
much. Thank you, Ms. Law. I was starting to wonder if anyone was coming back. Kim, did you complete your finger stretching exercises?
Yes, I did.
Good. Good.
Thank you.
Alex, you let me know, although we still got to wait for the Buchanan guys to get back, but let me know when the chambers are ready to roll.
We're ready in this room here.
Okay, great. And it looks like poof, there's Mr. Metz and Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Ferguson has his camera off, but that may be intentional. I saw him a moment ago. There he is. All right, fantastic. Okay, let's go back on the record. All right, the first crack at cross-examination will go to Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Metz. Questions for Mr. Thornton?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Thornton.
Good evening.
I have a couple questions for you just on the monitoring for background that you did. Where exactly was your monitor placed at on Greensburg Pike? Was it set back from the road, or?
It was set back approximately 30. Well, so first of all, located, of course, on 2501, the residential property at 2501 Greensburg Pike. It was located roughly at the end of their driveway, where it intersects the old access road to the Westinghouse site.
Okay. Was there any cameras or any kind of pictures done that?
I took some pictures, but there were no active cameras on the monitoring site.
Okay. And would you be able to provide those to us?
Certainly.
That would be appreciated. So I wanted to go back. If I understand your testimony correctly early on, when you were evaluating noise ordinances, was it correct? Am I correct to say that it was your testimony that most municipalities don't require an ambient sound study?
Well, maybe let me clarify your question. Are you referring to in the process of applying for development such as is occurring here, or in general as part of their ordinance?
Correct. Yes. Applying for a development to do ambient, most ordinances in Allegheny County, for instance.
I would say in general, most noise ordinances do not require an ambient noise study would be performed, because typically these ambient studies are used to develop the noise ordinance. The portion of the noise study that is typically done to address these noise ordinances would be the noise modeling and noise prediction part of it.
Okay, so the noise modeling, and usually it's at a certain decibel level at the property line, correct?
Most commonly, objective noise ordinances, modern noise ordinances would establish levels and spectrum level limits as a function of zoning district at the property line or anywhere on the receiving property, and as a function of time of day.
Okay. And what, I mean, 60, would you agree that 60 decibels at the property line's pretty standard?
No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, so again, it varies from urban to suburban to rural settings, but often I wouldn't necessarily say there is such thing as standard. It's a strong function of what the existing community norms are.
Correct. Well, you said that in your report that there was no review of objective noise ordinances in comparable communities. So I'm just talking about Allegheny County.
Sure.
You're familiar with most of the zoning ordinances in Allegheny County?
I have been at one time or another, but yes.
Okay.
We work throughout the U.S. So go ahead.
Do you know how many municipalities there are in Allegheny County?
I don't recall offhand, no.
Okay, there are 130. And do you know how many of those have C-weighted requirements?
Is in all likelihood none in Allegheny County.
Okay, there actually is one. It's Aleppo Township.
Okay.
So every other one of those municipalities use an A-weighted scale.
A weighting, yeah, so I'm aware of that. It's very common. A weighting is not inherently a problem as long as the limits are sufficiently low to address what's omitted by the A weighting. And often communities that use A weighting in their objective noise ordinances also have other parallel requirements that the sound can't exceed certain curves or spectrum limits, often in terms of things like NC noise criteria curves. So often communities that use A weighting in their objective noise ordinances also have other parallel requirements to address the deficiencies or sufficiently low levels. Permitted low permitted levels to again address the deficiency weighting.
So can you point, just like I'm looking at the city of Pittsburgh ordinance, I don't see any criteria other than a weighting.
I think you'd be city of Pittsburgh, their noise ordinance and their noise ordinance history over several decades just been an up and down roller coaster. I think you'd find a more modern comprehensive noise ordinance in Monroeville or Murraysville, for example.
Okay, but you pointed to that as one of the examples that Hillwood could have referred to in developing their noise analysis. So
yeah, I guess my intention was to point at it as an example of a community that does have some objective limit.
Well, I thought it was for the ambient background, but you pointed out that the maximum noise level is 3 dB over the background noise. However, sorry, is that correct?
Well, no. What Pittsburgh's approach is that it sets a maximum sound pressure level, a weighted decibel limit, as a function of zoning district and time of day. And there's a parallel stipulation that in cases where the ambient actually already exceeds those objective limits, the noise cannot exceed ambient plus 3 dBA. And the Pittsburgh ordinance is fairly vague and ambiguous as to the measurement methodologies to actually characterize that.
Well, it actually says 65 dBA, and this is in residential areas, that noise not exceed 65 dBA, which is at the property line, or 3 dBA above background, whichever is greater.
Depending on the district, there's some areas of Pittsburgh that are lower, certain types of communities that are lower thresholds.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess the record's the record. We can submit sure. The noise ordinance and response. We don't need to go through that here. So we did an evaluation of all the noise ordinances and with the objective requirements in Allegheny County. And the average dBA limit is 65 dBA at the property line or nearest residential receiver.
Okay, that may be the case, but one of the things that's being conflated there is the metric they're using to measure the maximum. If we were to compare that to the Ostergaard approach, they're using 10-minute statistical averages. So if we were to apply the same methodology, so the Pittsburgh methodology or some of the other objective ordinances, they would use shorter duration, maximum sound pressure levels or instantaneous sound pressure levels. They wouldn't be these longer duration statistical representations. We don't hear on a long-term statistical average. We don't hear over 10 minutes and then compute some sort of average. We hear on an instantaneous basis. Our perception of loudness is related to sounds as short as 5 milliseconds. So it becomes a bit confusing, and we're talking about different metrics. So yes, they are 65 dBA, but they use a different metric to characterize the noise, typically a shorter duration, much shorter duration. If we were to use that same very short duration to characterize the noise that will be emitted by the Amazon site instead of or the L10s that were used in the Ostergaard model, we would also find that just taking the existing data from Ostergaard, those maximum levels would be significantly higher.
Okay. Well,
and that's reflected, for what it's worth, that's reflected in the Ostergaard report.
Thanks. So I think you stressed a number of times that there are no objective requirements here in Churchill, right?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay, and you've represented developers before.
I have.
Okay, so I mean, it's good to, you have to develop a site to meet whatever the objective requirements are.
Yes, and I also find that a lot of my corporate and commercial clients also, in efforts to avoid lawsuits or be good corporate citizens, will also go above it frequently above and beyond whatever the objective requirements are to avoid issues like this.
And right, and then Hillwood is proposing, I think, significant sound walls as mitigation measures, correct? Even though it's not
Yes,
required.
they're being proposed.
Okay, and if noise becomes an issue, there's always an evaluation of additional noise mitigation measures, correct?
Well, theoretically, I guess, yes. But how is noise? There's really no way of mitigating the truck noise as the trucks travel through the community. They're not. I don't believe it's being considered. They're going to build noise walls around everybody's residential property. So at best, these noise mitigation efforts are only going to treat noise being emitted from the site and truck traffic while it's on the site, while it's on the Amazon property.
Nor are they required to. Can you point to any community noise ordinance that regulates off-site traffic noise?
No, and my understanding is they can't. They're superseded by federal regulations, federal highway regulations, things like that. But what I have experienced is communities choosing not to allow developments due to the noise that would be created by truck traffic and off-site truck traffic.
Yeah, okay, well, I'd like to see how those decisions ended up, but thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I should have asked before Mr. Gallagher started for any other party objectors who may have questions for Mr. Thornton. So because I did not do that, why don't we give it about 20 seconds here, and if not, we can go to the Borough Council, and we'll leave an opportunity for Mr. Ferguson for any redirect. So I do see, let me see who we have here. Looks like Mr. McDonald does have a question, so we'll start with him. And Alex, let me see if I can do it. I can't do it, Alex. I need your help.
Mark, I saw that you were unmuted. Go ahead.
Went back and forth. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thornton. So it's my understanding that the sound study, as far as the number of trucks going into that input, was the number of trucks from the traffic study, which I believe was approximately 670 trucks in and out during a 24-hour time period. I'd gone through a capacity utilization slide in a previous session and believe that they may only be using the applicant maybe a third at best of the capacity when they open. So this may be very difficult to respond to, but if those number of trucks doubled or tripled at the macro level, would you have any response to that as to the effect it would have on the analysis here?
In essence, what's going to happen as the number of trucks increases, the frequency with which these maximum noise events occur increases. And I think most of the science is pretty clear that if there were one truck a day, it's going to be far less intrusive than 600 or whatever the number is trucks a day. To the extent that truck density becomes higher and higher, it approaches more something like steady state noise. There are never breaks, there are never lulls, including throughout the nighttime.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any other questions? Does not sound like it. Okay, any other party objectors with questions for Mr. Thornton? Any Borough Council members with questions for Mr. Thornton?
Yes.
Hey, Gavin, this is Kevin Collins. Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Thank you.
Have you ever, in your experience, have you ever undertaken a study of an actual site that would be similar to this warehouse distribution center to measure the DBA noise, both in the facility or around the facility or outlying roads?
Yes, I have. Both at, I've done a number of projects for fulfillment and distribution centers, and also quite a few projects for big box stores where truck delivery traffic is a major component of noise impact.
Is there anything outstanding there that, or of a certain DBA level that's problematic?
I'm not sure I understand your question. In other words, is there some threshold above which it becomes disruptive in the community?
Yes. Or what actual DBA levels have been experienced at those sites?
Well, a lot of those site studies have been done as a part of an engineering effort to meet some applicable noise ordinance. So communities, rightly or wrong, have enacted noise ordinances with various levels, and these studies are often done to meet those levels. Often for a site surrounded by a bedroom community, such as is proposed for Churchill, the nighttime noise levels, maximum acceptable noise levels, and this is a very crude answer to a relatively complex question, may be on the order of 45 dBA at night, 50 and 55 dBA during the daytime. Again, those would be maximum sound levels, short duration, not longer term 10-minute statistical averages.
But you do see DBA levels above those levels.
Do I see levels exceeding that at other similar sites?
Yes.
I have, and sometimes that's been the driving force behind the engineering efforts to control those levels. More commonly, those types of efforts have been focused on industrial noise or HVAC noise or plant mechanical systems, in which case there are well-established science-based methods of actually controlling the noise source in those cases. So for example, the Amazon building rooftop air conditioning units, there are a host of options to actually control those noise sources directly. It's typically the truck traffic that's much more challenging to silence, if not impossible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
You're welcome.
Any other council members with questions?
Yeah, Councilmember Matt Castilla. Just a question, I guess. How, in your professional opinion, how long would you recommend to study, this problem? You've put some time into it. So to get a more accurate sound level model of the background noise, is what you've done sufficient? Would additional, things need to be done?
I think the short answer to that question is at least a week to capture a full work week and weekends. To the extent that there are extenuating weather conditions or traffic conditions, that may have to be expanded. But I think a week of 24-hour continuous monitoring is a reasonable starting point.
Okay, and does time of year affect that? I mean, is there a specific time of year it's better than the other?
Time of year complicates it because, as we experienced in my data, we saw that insect noise was driving the community noise levels. That's a short transient period that lasts at the end of summer and quickly goes away into the fall. It becomes difficult to do studies like this in the winter when the wind velocities. It becomes difficult to do studies like this when there's a lot of rain. So it has to fit in around the weather and insects and any anomalous noise events.
Okay, thank you. And then last question would be, understanding that based on your presentation, the levels that were originally analyzed may be below or, be exceeded. Is it possible with commercially available controls and kind of what's been presented by the applicant already on the site to adjust the sound barriers and other methods to mitigate that, in your opinion?
I think there are effective engineering noise controls with which you can achieve any degree of noise reduction desired for standby generators. It's a matter of cost. For HVAC equipment, for the truck noise, no. Really, the only thing is to make the trucks quieter, make the trucks not exist, make the trucks quieter, or to increase the size of the noise barriers. You start to run into points of diminishing return with increasing noise barrier height. There's a limiting case. Even the models reflect that. But yeah, that's the short answer, I guess. There's a limit to what can be done to control truck noise with noise barriers.
Thank you.
This is Jay Warren, Council President. Couple quick questions. One, you spoke a lot, obviously, about the difference between the spot and the continuous monitoring in terms of modeling. Can you tell us a little bit about what the industry standard is for this? Whether or not it is seen as a faulty model overall to use spot, or if it's something that is used widely. I'm just trying to get an understanding of which methodology is generally used, and if it is seen through kind of the sound engineering or whatever the kind of world is, the acoustic world, as a faulty methodology.
Well, first part of the question, there are no good standards for community noise monitoring. Many things are standardized in the ANSI and ASTM communities, and ISO and other, standards exist for a reason, to give everybody a level playing field and technical guidance on measuring or addressing a certain problem. There are no good noise standards for a community noise monitoring approach. There are conventions and best practices that you routinely see throughout our industry, and I would say they typically rely on extended monitoring periods to avoid exactly the kind of randomness that was shown in the Ostergaard data.
And is that through a particular association that has those best practices? Where would I locate those?
No, I would say it just by convention within our industry. I mean, as a starting point, for example, if our goal is to characterize some of this, not to rely on common sense, but some of this really is common sense. If our goal is to characterize the noise in your community day and night, we at least have to measure during the night. So some of it is as simple as, if we're going to rely on spot measurements, to the extent I believe that's erroneous, you have to at least do enough of them throughout a 24-hour period to capture some of the quiet times or the noisy times. So simply ignoring the quietest time of night is a major error, in my opinion.
It's a separate point from where I was at, but I understand your point as well. I'm just trying to understand in terms of the methodologies, whether spot is a faulty methodology or it's not a preferred methodology for you. So I think if I understand you, it's a question of what you see as the best way to do it versus an industry best practice that's acknowledged through an association or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, to put a concise answer, there are no industry best practices published or promulgated to handle this problem.
You also had mentioned, and I may get it wrong, so forgive me. I am neither an engineer nor an acoustic engineer. I'm far from it. I work in an entirely different field. But you had mentioned something with regard to the continual modeling that you were talking about, that there may be issues where you have to alleviate things like a bird or whatever the other kind of sounds during the continual. During your time, did you run into any of those issues? How did you mitigate it? What steps did you take, or was it not an issue for you?
In this particular study?
Yeah.
No, there were no anomalous noises that were identified in the data that were excluded. What the data presented in my report is the raw measured data, unadulterated.
And then my last question, you had mentioned that trees don't in any way address sound. I'm wondering if you, and again, I'm generally an idiot. I'll put that on the record. But I'm wondering, do you mean, so you're saying that there is no effect, or is that something that's based on distance and based on concentration of trees and based on, I'm trying to understand, there is no benefit or there is some benefit?
For all practical purposes, no benefit. Can you measure some fraction of a decibel benefit with dense enough woods and very large stands of forest? Yes, technically, but it's negligible. What I mean by negligible is smaller than the measurement error. So for rows of trees, even dense, no matter what types of trees they are, like would be planted around the Amazon site, it's effectively well below a 0 dB insertion loss. So doing all of those plantings has essentially a 0 dB benefit.
And is that something that again has been that there's a study I can look to, a place I can go to identify that beyond testimony, or is that just something that is kind of a known industry practice?
I think largely just known. There have been studies. It's one of those things, kind of like things you learn in grade school. You learn them, you accept them, you forget where they are. But there have been studies over the years to look at these kind of effects, so they could be probably dug up again.
Thank you. That's all I have. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council?
Yep, I have a question. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Thornton. This is Diane Law, Vice President of the Council. I have a question about your professional experience. Have you ever been asked to provide your services in the role of determining compliance with the previously agreed to noise levels for a project?
On a very regular basis, probably 20 plus times a year on an average year.
Okay, well, part of what you've told us this evening is that the study that we have seen was based on spot measurements that you deemed were insufficient. And they were different from the study, the 24-hour study that you did. If you were engaged to provide information about compliance with previous standards, would you feel bound to use the same method that the original study was based on, or would you be able to use, if for a better word, your method in order to measure that compliance?
Well, to the extent that there is something to be measured for the sake of compliance, there's typically some measurement methodology and some rule, for lack of a better word, spelled out. So I'm bound to measure according to those rules, whether I agree with them or not. So often when in my professional capacity, when I'm evaluating compliance, I simply have to measure against the ordinance in place, whatever that may be, or whatever legal agreement exists.
Okay.
Often my measurement methodologies, in cases where I think they're woefully insufficient, I will take measurements that exceed the minimums required by that standard, just to better illustrate the compliance or lack thereof.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if there's anyone left in the council chambers who has not asked questions yet, so I think we can move on to see if Mr. Ferguson has any redirect for Mr. Thornton.
I do have some redirect. First, as to the question from Mr. Thornton, as to whether or not the spot testing was perhaps merely not preferred by you, but otherwise acceptable, I'd like to ask this question. Did the spot testing performed by Ostergaard render a credible result in this case?
I think absolutely not. And the reason simply is in the Ostergaard report, the purpose of this ambient study was to measure and characterize the quietest period or quietest hour, whatever they refer to it as. Their goal in this spot testing was to measure how quiet this neighborhood sometimes is. Their spot testing, by only measuring during a couple of morning periods, a couple of afternoon periods, and a couple of late evening periods, entirely omitted, again, I keep driving this point home, hopefully, entirely omitted the quietest overnight periods. I think any competent practitioner in our field is well aware that the communities are almost always quietest in the late night hours, early morning hours, roughly after midnight, before 4 a.m. This is true of rural, suburban, and urban communities. I think it's a well understood fact in our community that the quietest hours are overnight. And if the goal was to measure, whether it's spot measuring or continuous measurements, at the very minimum, there should have been spot measurements performed in the depth of the night, in the overnight hours.
Thank you. So the criteria for a distribution center applicable in this case is found in section 304-37.1, and subpart F deals with noise studies. And there are 3 ways set forth in the ordinance that the applicant can meet this specific criteria of the ordinance. It says the applicant shall provide a noise study establishing that the noise generated by the distribution center will either, and the first is to comply with section 304-23C. This is what that section says. I'm taking out the word beat because we don't have a concern about beat as you would in music. It says noise, which is determined to be objectionable because of volume, frequency, shall be muffled or otherwise controlled. Did the Ostergaard study establish that the noise generated by the distribution center will be muffled or otherwise controlled?
I think the Ostergaard.
He's testifying to what the conclusion of law.
That's a factual determination.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Ferguson, I think maybe if you could rephrase your question, because I just don't want it to be a misrepresentation of what the ordinance says on the record. So I think if you're going to ask him that question, I think you need to include the determined to be objectionable portion as well, so that, we're not sort of conflating the 2 requirements in the code. I think I'm just trying to avoid some sort of misrepresentation. Thank you.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the Ostergaard study established that noise, which is determined to be objectionable because of volume, frequency, will be muffled or otherwise controlled?
So first of all, the Ostergaard study, the modeling efforts, the noise control and modeling results are extremely opaque. They do not present and document in their report the set of summaries and assumptions that they use as inputs into that model. Modeling is simply a tool. There's an old saying, not just in engineering, but garbage in, garbage out. If we make the wrong assumptions, oversimplify the wrong inputs to the model, we get the wrong answer out, even if they look nice and seem reasonable. So there was no documentation of the modeling inputs and assumptions in the Ostergaard model. So I really can't isolate and tell the extent that they claim they're going to muffle or control specific noise sources or the cumulative noise. I think there's general claims implicit in their modeled noise results, but really not addressed specifically, again, when it comes to truck noise and methodologies for controlling truck noise.
Thank you. Does the Ostergaard noise study establish that the noise generated by the distribution center will not have a material detrimental impact on surrounding residential properties?
I would argue that the study actually establishes it will have a detrimental impact. They are, again, using intrusive current noise levels to set future intrusive noise levels. By their very definition, intrusive, these problematic noise sources, they are using an existing problem or existing set of problems to allow noise levels that will rise to that threshold in the future. So I would argue that they establish it will be an intrusive noise source.
And finally, does the Ostergaard sound study establish that the noise generated by the distribution center, with regard to that noise, that any potential material detrimental impacts to the surrounding residential properties will be sufficiently mitigated by screening, barriers, or other means.
I don't believe it does now.
That's all the redirect that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Metz, within the scope of that redirect, do you have any recross examination?
Just a couple questions. Mr. Thornton, in those zoning ordinance provisions that Mr. Ferguson just rattled off to you asking for your opinion, there was no objective requirements or objective standards in any of those provisions, correct?
Correct. My understanding is there are no objective in the sense that there are level thresholds established in the Churchill noise ordinance or the Churchill ordinances, code of ordinances.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I think that may be all we have for Mr. Thornton. I'll give it just a moment in case there are any other last questions. I don't think so. Mr. Thornton, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. We will turn then to Mr. Ferguson to call his next witness.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit O, which is Mr. Thornton's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Any objection?
No objection.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so I'd like now to call Mr. Don DeFranco. And I don't know, Alex, if you can see him, because he hasn't been promoted yet.
I promoted him to panelist, and then Don, once you move over there or accept that, you can go ahead and turn on your camera and begin to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, good to see you.
Mr. DeFranco, were you sworn when the court reporter swore the witnesses?
No, I was not.
Okay. Kim, would you please swear the witness?
Sir, if you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Alex, can I rely upon you, Alex, to put up the exhibits as I reference them?
I will try my best.
Okay. And do I understand that with regard to Exhibit I, that are you able to open that MP4 video and play it?
If you give me one moment, I will attempt to do that. We'll see how it goes. I didn't practice this one before.
While you're doing that, before you do that, Mr. DeFranco, would you please tell us your full name and where do you live?
Yeah, so it's Donald DeFranco. I live at 2332 Marbury Road for the past 36 years.
Okay, that's in the borough of Churchill?
Borough of Churchill, yes.
Okay. And did you serve on the Churchill Borough Council?
Yes, I did.
And for what period of time did you serve?
I believe it was maybe 2016 to 2019, something like that, or 2015 to 2019, in that range.
And that was 2019 of what year?
Oh, no, 2019, I guess it was November.
Oh, I see. You were saying the 19 was a year, not a date. Is that
Yes.
right? Not a date, right?
No, just a year, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so Alex, are you able to show Exhibit I?
So I'm going to give an attempt.
Okay, if you can, I could share my screen and probably show it here, but I think it's the same technological issue.
Yeah, so let's see if this works. Give me a moment, please. Find the recording again through Zoom.
To set the stage. One of the things that we heard loud and clear in the last meeting and that we have understood throughout our interactions with the borough is just what a significant impact that this project will have on the borough and its residents. And Hillwood prides itself on making communities better and on listening to feedback from the community and trying to incorporate that into their development plans. And so we just wanted to start tonight by.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. DeFranco, those presentation materials, as well as the statements that were made there by Hillwood's legal representative, that was in February of 2021. Now, do you recall when Hillwood first approached council with regard to this distribution facility?
I believe it was at the August 5th, 2019 hearing and council meeting.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you were present during many of the presentations by Hillwood up until the point of your resignation?
Yes.
Mr. Robb, we're going to object, and I think that this is the appropriate time to address the motion in limine that we filed. This whole line of questioning and the evidence or the exhibits that have been provided are highly irrelevant to anything that has to deal with our conditional use application.
Mr. Ferguson, I have to say at initial glance, I think I would tend to agree, but can you explain maybe where you're going with this? We'll give you some leeway if you're going to get there.
Sure. I mean, I really, the purpose of these questions was to establish a foundation, but if they're very eager to get right to it, I'll get right to it. So you heard this statement, and the record in this case, which are posted online, is replete with representations and statements by or on behalf of Hillwood about what a marvelous neighbor they're going to be and their contributions to this community. And so it might not be relevant, but for the fact that Hillwood has made this representation dozens and dozens of times, and literally there hasn't been a single presentation in which they haven't held themselves out as coming in on a white horse and making communities work better. And so now that they've placed that at issue, I've called Mr. DeFranco to introduce some evidence that will show that those representations are misleading.
Mr. Ferguson, I mean, I'm really struggling here, and I don't want to cut off a line of questioning because, again, we've been very permissive throughout this hearing. But I'm just what developer does not come into a community and say, we're going to be great for the community. So how does the fact that what's the bearing of those kind of statements?
Maybe they all do.
Maybe they all do. So what's the bearing of that on whether or not the application and the plans meet the code?
Okay. Well, that is not the only determination that council has to make here tonight. As to every witness, every piece of evidence presented by or on behalf of Churchill or by other witnesses, it isn't enough to say that report, that document, that testimony meets the code. They have to determine whether or not the person speaking has any credibility, such as in the case of the Ostergaard report. Probably internally, if you look at the report and put it up against the ordinance, you could say, well, it meets the criteria. But the witness is completely incredulous. He has no credibility. And on that basis, council can reject it. And so when this developer and every single other developer comes into every other community, if it's their strategy to tell people what great people they are and how much better your community is going to be, then they open up the door to rebuttal testimony.
Well, here's what I understand: how you bring in a different sound engineer to to attack or to tackle the credibility of the sound engineer that's been presented. Whose credibility, which witness's credibility is Mr. DeFranco, Dr. DeFranco, I'm sorry, Don, able to testify to? I mean, I think we need more foundation as to how he's going to establish whether or not one of the witnesses is more or less credible.
Well, it's the representation.
I just want to add, though, those credibility arguments, that should be done on cross-examination.
We don't make any
already had
arguments on
6 hearings where
cross-examination.
we have gone ad nauseum, ad length with cross-examination.
So, I mean, I guess, Mr. Ferguson, help me understand, and maybe you don't know exactly, but what's Dr. DeFranco gonna tell us? What's he gonna talk about?
Well, he was in the unique position of sitting on council and observing the conduct of the representatives of Hillwood, which I think is relevant to their credibility.
Well, you showed a clip after he was off of council, so he was just a citizen, just like anybody else.
But I was there on August 5th when.
Wait a minute. The question that I asked Mr. DeFranco when Mr. Gallagher felt that it was the appropriate time to raise his objection was whether or not the representation shown in the clip was something that he had seen dozens of times before by Hillwood as a member of council.
Okay, well, we'll set that aside. What is Dr. DeFranco going to be able to tell us that has a bearing on the credibility of the witnesses presented in this hearing?
He's going to testify as to the conduct of Hillwood and its representatives, which belie this representation.
Again, objection, that's irrelevant. Those matters outside of this conditional use context are not relevant.
It was irrelevant until Hillwood came dozens and dozens of times. It's in the record before both the Planning Commission and this council, and polished a halo in front of council and said what great guys they were. Otherwise,
this is just absolute grandstanding, and it's offensive. This is completely irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the conditional use standards. The ordinance has been adopted. It is what it is.
Then let's strike. I'll go with that, but then we need to strike all of Hillwood's portions of this record in which they say they make communities better. They're going to bring jobs, prosperity. If we're going to strike that, then that's fine. If that's what you're conceding to. If we're not going to strike it, then we get to refute it.
So, Mr. Ferguson, I think it's a bit insulting to this borough council to not give them the credit that they can weigh the credibility and the testimony in front of them without hearing that, Hillwood said they were great and Dr. DeFranco may not think that they're great in his experience. Those things, that's not what you do at a conditional use.
They're only hearing one side. If you want to strike all of their statements about how great they are and how much better they'll make the community, then that's fine. But if
I'm not sure that even those statements aren't relevant to the. I mean, they're not going to be considered by borough council. The council is going to look at the ordinance criteria.
If they're irrelevant, then let's strike them from the record. That's my motion. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm moving to strike all the statements from Hillwood about jobs, how much better they're going to make the community. All of that. If you want to strike all that, that's my motion. Let's strike it.
So Mr. Ferguson,
strike it. Let us rebut it.
Mr. Ferguson, we heard much more about how bad Amazon is for communities from the objector witnesses. So if we're going to be striking any testimony about whether Amazon is good or bad, or Hillwood is good or bad, we're going to have half of a transcript, and it's going to be extremely difficult to come to any sort of determination. That's not what this case is about. It's not about what who likes the end user, who doesn't, whether Hillwood's a bunch of charming fellows and ladies or not, or whether their consultants are. It is whether or not the applicant has met the criteria in the zoning code. If Dr. DeFranco is going to testify regarding the credibility, if that's what you said he's going to testify to, as to one of the witnesses in this hearing, then we can let him proceed. If not, I'm going to sustain the motion.
Well, so you have demonstrated that they do need to hear it, because you are characterizing my client's testimony as well as the objector's testimony as going to Amazon being bad people. I don't recall virtually anybody saying that. My recollection was that their testimony went to the impact of the distribution center on the community. I don't recall hearing any of that.
It's
So,
possible
look,
that was
we can
during
go
those
around all
dozens.
night.
Mr.
I've made,
Ferguson, Mr. Ferguson, please don't talk over me. We at least want a clean transcript, even if we don't agree. So it could be, and in your defense, it could be the dozens of meetings that I sat through that where Hillwood was talking about how great they were, that in fact, many of the members of the public, and it's their right, criticized Amazon's hiring practices, union busting, whatever it is you want to say. So this borough council has heard both sides of the equation for months and months and months. And I can tell you the borough council understands that the law that they need to apply to the facts that are going to be presented. So if Dr. DeFranco is going to testify about something relevant to the credibility of one of the witnesses at this hearing, we can proceed. If not, the motion sustained.
okay, well, our testimony was going to show that that Hillwood is on this site by virtue of the threats of lawsuits against the borough of Churchill. That's not in the record. So you're saying that we are not allowed to present that evidence, and you're also denying my motion to strike the puffery from Hillwood as to the great neighbor and contributor that it's going to be. Is that correct? Is that your ruling?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeFranco.
Sorry, Dr. DeFranco.
Okay, you do your job, Gavin. That's what you paid for.
Okay.
Next witness.
All right. Is Dr. Rose Salata here?
I see a hand raised from Dr. Salata. Alex, are you able to bring her up?
Yes, I'm just working on that. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Take your time.
And thank you, Rose, for doing that. That helps out a lot. Rose, now I'm promoting you to panelist, and why don't you go ahead and turn on your camera, and I know you wanted to share, I think, your screen.
Okay, so Dr. Salata has provided her presentation materials as Exhibit P, I believe. And so I'm going to just ask Dr. Salata to walk us through her presentation.
Dwight, does she need, this is Kim, does she need sworn in?
Yes, you're right. Please, thank you, Kim.
Dr. Salata, if you would raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. May I just have a minute to organize my thoughts and my slides here?
Of course.
And Mr. Ferguson, are you able to upload my slides?
I could share my screen and show your slides, but you could do the same. Then you could control it. I'll do whatever is most convenient for you.
That would, well, you know what? I have my slides on my laptop, and I'm.
Okay. Well, all right.
Do you see the share button on your Zoom field? Do you have your Zoom?
Well, I think she is on Zoom with one computer and her presentation on another computer.
Okay.
Is that
What's
right,
the exhibit
Doctor?
number again?
It's P as in
Okay,
Paul.
why don't I go ahead and I'll be the person who advances it. That way you can keep your camera on, and Rose, you could keep your camera on. Just give me a minute to do that, please.
Sure.
One more minute. And that again is P.
P is in Paul.
Okay, one moment. I'll have it shared. I'll advance it as directed.
Oh, thank you very much, Alex. Okay. First of all, I want to thank everyone for letting me speak this evening. And my name is Rose Salata. I live at 1921 Garrick Drive, and I've resided in this Churchill community for 32 years. My purpose tonight is to voice my strong objection to Hillwood's proposal to develop the prior Westinghouse site into a massive Amazon warehouse. The proposal violates Hillwood's mission statement, as Mr. Ferguson was stating, but more importantly, I think it just violates several parts of the code. Why did I actually choose to title my presentation Churchill Present? Unfortunately, as in our country now, our community is divided. I do want to tell you that we actually share the common goals for our borough, for development of the Westinghouse Park. We do think it's important to provide jobs for people that are good and sustainable jobs. And it's vitally important that we improve our schools and provide the education to our children that they so much deserve, to allow them to launch into a bright future. And I also think it's important to maintain the beauty and peace of our borough. How do we do this? But what's being proposed, I don't think is the correct answer. Could you advance to the next slide, please? I want to focus, and again, I'm sorry I just prepared my slide set tonight. The bottom part where there talks about the 3 school bus companies that I contacted, thank you, that there are at least 30 buses that bring our students to what Woodland Hills High School and to the Pace School. And this violates code 30425G, which states that no design shall be approved which is likely to create substantial pedestrian or vehicular traffic hazards endangering the public safety. Our students are, our children are our future. They're our prized possessions. Nowhere in the traffic impact study did they designate school buses. They identified cars and trucks, but they did not identify school buses. Also, there are numerous students from Churchill who actually walk to school, and they cross the busy intersections on Greensburg Pike. There's no stated proposal about adding pedestrian crossing signals on existing or new traffic lights, and there's no stated proposal for adding crossing guards at peak times of students' arrival and departure from classes. When I spoke with one of the bus dispatchers from the First Student, the largest provider of school buses, he said a student is actually safer on a bus than being a walker. Also, there are numerous student drivers that drive to school. Well, I don't know if you ever had any teenage children driving and you saw your car insurance costs skyrocket. Student drivers are not as safe. And again, this is a safety violation to our children. Next slide, please. The traffic impact study, I want to specifically, can you focus on, it says non-peak season. Okay, so this is peak AM traffic in and out of the distribution center from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. And that's exactly when our students are arriving at class. They did look at adjacent current street traffic, which is on the bottom and shows that there are 431 cars. But the added number of cars on the top, 680, are the employees coming in and out of either starting or ending their shift. So the volume of cars increases by 150%. We were told that that's not a dramatic increase. It's not a significant enough increase to impact our day-to-day existence. But I think that it does. It does violate, I think it was 30431F. Next slide, please. This is peak PM traffic. And again, this is between 5:30 and 6:30 PM. The car traffic, again, more people are working during the day shift. So there's 1,162 cars going in. And again, fortunately, they've decreased the amount of truck traffic during these peak car traffic times. But if you look at the bottom, the peak truck traffic to the distribution center, it's the peak times are between 7 PM and 5 AM in the morning. Okay, we just heard from the sound engineer about that Ostergaard did not do sound studies in the middle of the night. Again, currently, our borough is quiet during the night. During the night, there's an average of 18.5 truck trips, but the peak is at 1 AM in the morning. 30 trucks in and out, an average of 1 truck every 2 minutes. And on later slides, I'll show you the driveways going in and out of this facility and how close they are to our homes. Next slide, please. The Langen traffic engineer stated that there would be a designated truck traffic route. Driveway A is the one that goes on to Beulah Road. The trucks would be required to exit and make a left onto Beulah Road. They're not going to go straight onto Churchill Road, which would be a straight shot onto the Parkway East, but that's a community road. He said they're not going to be allowed to use community roads. They would make a right onto the entrance ramp at the intersection of William Penn Highway, and then a right turn they would use a right turn from the designated right turn lane. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is their proposed revision, but I want to focus on, Alex, if you could, the pointer, move it up a little bit. So there's the overpass for the Parkway. This is driveway A, okay? But again, that driveway's been shifted east. So they had to, the proposal that they had to make was to move driveway A by 80 feet. And again, if you go straight through, that's Churchill Road. Okay, so they moved it 80 feet and they eliminated a public garden, which another slide I'm going to show you. The reason that extended 80 feet, only 80 feet. You know what the length of one semi is 80 feet. So a public garden was destroyed to accommodate the length of one semi truck. Okay, so Alex, walk us through here. Come out the driveway, make a left onto Beulah Road, and then go under the underpass. Okay, there's not a whole length there. Then there's a right turn. Now, how in heavens is a tractor trailer going to make a right turn from the right lane? I don't know. I mean, have you ever been on the other side there where you see a tractor trailer coming at you? That tractor trailer is going to have to go over at least one lane to make a turn to get on that entrance ramp. I think that's just common sense. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so, you know, then this question of the trucks, actually, and Amazon trucks are contracted trucks. They don't belong to Amazon. So we looked at the chapter of the Borough Council chapter for vehicles and traffic, and currently it's blank. It's under a comprehensive revision of the traffic regulations of the Borough of Churchill. It's being conducted at the time of completion of this volume. Upon adoption by the Borough Council, the vehicles and traffic ordinance will be inserted here. I have questions about how will this ordinance be revised? Will there be fines for trucks not following the designated truck routes? Who will enforce these regulations? Okay, will we need to hire more police? Will they be awake 24/7? Just a bunch of questions I have. And these are for our borough council members and our mayor. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, and this was a video that went viral on TikTok, and it was in Amazon trying to make sure that they were meeting their 2-hour delivery model. There was a traffic jam, and this Amazon truck decided to just take the shortest route. So I'm just not sure that the trucks are going to follow the designated truck route. Next slide, please. This is what our Churchill Public Garden looks like. It's beautiful. There's 2 benches there. You can sit and you can, you know, the beautiful flowers. Our Churchill Garden Club has spent hours and hours and hours and significant amount of money to beautify this garden. This garden was the one that I showed you will be eliminated to allow for 180-foot semi-truck. Next slide, please. These are pollinator flowers that are in the garden. They're important for our environment, and they're really beautiful. Next slide, please. So the intersection of Beulah Road and Old Beulah Road, this is where I walk every morning. It's absolutely beautiful. It's bucolic. And this is at the very end of what that public garden was. The plan is to make that a dead end. And so, next slide, please. Oh, that is a safe egress for the residents of Old Beulah Road. I didn't count how many houses are on that road, but there's probably 20 at least. Next slide, please. So instead, the residents are going to have to go down this beautiful road, and the other entrance to Old Beulah Road is blocked by trees, and it's actually a very dangerous exit for those patients to have to either make a right or a left onto Beulah Road. So again, impacting on the safety of our residents, violating part of the 30431 code. Next slide, please. Yeah, this now we're back at, again, I just wanted to show you, this is eliminating the garden and to make room for 1 semi-truck. Okay, next slide, please. The designated truck traffic route for driveway B, which is on Greensburg Pike, is that the truck, and again, the peak number of trucks at 1 a.m. in the morning, exit the distribution center driveway, turn right onto Greensburg Pike, turn right onto Graham Boulevard, turn right onto William Penn Highway, turn a sharp right onto the Parkway 376 heading west. And you have to be careful because there's a house very close to that narrow entrance ramp. Next slide, please. This is again in the yellow markers are the one to the right is the current driveway B. And there's my little red mark there is a beautiful home that sister and brother, their family have lived in that home for 60 years. Yeah, 60 years. And so they're going to kindly shift the driveway over to the left there. It'll be a signal light. And then, so again, as I told you, the trucks will need to make a right onto Greensburg Pike. And I got tired of doing the red circles, I'm sorry. And we didn't go the whole way down Greensburg Pike, but my girlfriend and I who walk on, there's sidewalks along there, which are really nice, but those homes are very close to the road. They're really close. You can see they don't have very big front yards. So if you keep going down that road and make a right onto Graham Boulevard and then the right onto the Parkway, there's about 50 or 60 homes that are along that road, and most of the homes are very close to the road. Next slide, please. This was, let me figure this out. Okay, to the left of your slide with those green and blue cars, I believe this was the simulated traffic, and I couldn't get the video to copy, I'm sorry. But so these are, that's the intersection at Graham Boulevard, and the trucks will have to make a right onto William Penn Highway. Again, a very sharp right. And then when the engineer showed us this lovely video, it looked like it was really fun to make. He didn't show us the trucks making a right onto that entrance ramp. And I don't have a picture of the home that is really literally very close to the entrance ramp that the trucks will need to make a right to get onto 376 to go west. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a slide. If you look at the top, that it looks like a beautiful archway. That's actually the sharp exit ramp from the Parkway East 376 Greensburg Pike exit, which would then take you to Greensburg Pike. Now, if you take your marker, Alex, down to the bottom of the slide on the Parkway, wait, let me see here. So at the bottom of the slide on the Parkway is where the Forest Hills entrance ramp is. And it's the only entrance ramp on the east side of the Parkway. That's a long straight ramp. And cars come barreling down that ramp to come onto the Parkway. And then the road goes to a 2-lane road. And then under that underpass is where the Greensburg Pike exit ramp starts. So again, if you look further down on where going on 376, where it still is a 3-lane highway, that's a gradual incline from the, for about 1.5 miles. And tractor trailers typically are in the middle lane, like the little engine that could, trying to make that incline going at about 40 miles an hour. And then they're going to come to the Greensburg Pike exit, and you could see that sharp curve, which again, fortunately, they said, oh, there'll be tractor trailers overturning. So they decided it would be a really good idea to make a slip ramp. Next slide, please. So the ramp curve is sharp. As I said, it's dangerous for semis to navigate. So they're going to construct a slip ramp. Next slide. And that's about where they're going to make the slip ramp. I think my next slide actually shows it maybe a little better. No, maybe not. Could you go back? Yeah, so it's going to, again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I've just driven on the Parkway for 32 years. And it's like, how much does a semi-trailer have to decelerate to be able to safely get off that exit ramp? Next slide. Okay, so the peak truck traffic to the distribution center, I'd already talked about this, but I do want to focus on the peak at 1 a.m., 30 trucks in and out. And I did show you those houses that are right there on Greensburg Pike. And we just heard from the sound engineer that the studies currently, there's very little sound in our borough at 2 a.m. in the morning, 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. But those homes will be, because it's again a signal light, that the trucks will be using their air brakes to stop, and there's going to be sound. Okay, next slide, please. Sleep. Yeah, I bet a lot of us were wishing we were getting a little more of it these days. The data is most people try to sleep at night between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. I'm a physician, and I can tell you there are clear health benefits from sleep. There are clear health hazards from sleep deprivation. Ambient increased noise interferes with sleep. Increased light interferes with melatonin production, which is important for sleep. There will be increased noise on the designated truck routes, and lights will be on 24/7 at the warehouse. Okay, sweet dreams. Next slide. Oh, areas at risk of mine subsidence in Allegheny County. Maybe you all remember last summer, I think it was, that a bus in Pittsburgh went into a sinkhole. So Allegheny County was, one of the ways that our city got rich, our county got rich, was by coal mining, providing the coke for making the steel. So the Carnegies and the Carnegies and the Fricks. Frick was the one who did the coke. So my red circle there is Churchill. So you can go on this website, www.PAMSI, which is minesubsidenceinsurance.org. Next slide, please. This is out of order. Could you go to the next slide? I don't know where my other two slides are. If you could go back, please. If you go on this website and you plug in the address for the Westinghouse site, it actually 13, whatever the address is, that is, it is at risk for mine subsidence, and mine subsidence insurance is highly recommended. I don't know where that slide went, but again, anybody in the borough can go on that website. And I don't know if Amazon is aware or if Hillwood is aware of the fact that there's a risk of mine subsidence. They didn't talk about it at all on any of the many times that we heard their statements. Next slide, please. The benefit, state-of-the-art robotic distribution center, the promise of 1,000 to 1,500 jobs. I've actually sent 2 emails to Jeff Bezos, and I haven't heard back. I wanted to ask him about robots and the state of robots and his fulfillment centers and his distribution centers. The Amazon spokesperson at the beginning of our public hearings, he proudly announced that this development will be, quotation, state-of-the-art robotic center. Robotic center to me means there are going to be robots. If it's a robotic center, how many robots? How soon will human jobs be replaced by robots? I think our council needs to demand an answer to this vitally important question. We need to know, are these jobs going to be for a year and then they'll be eliminated? Okay, next slide, please. Next, okay. No one has spoken about this, but many people in our community go up to the William Penn Memorial Cemetery, which is on Greensburg Pike and Lewin Lane, but it goes all the way up to the gas station. And they're grave sites, free grave sites for our veterans, the men who serve our country and keep us safe. Next slide, please. So this is the view of Westinghouse Research and Development from this memorial cemetery. The proposal is lights on 24/7, and may their souls rest in peace, and may eternal light shine upon them. Amen.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr.
Salata.
Sorry, Mr. Ferguson, go ahead.
I don't have any questions for Dr. Salata. That's your cross-examination.
Alex, if you could unshare the screen, please. Thank you very much. I know you're already working on that. We will first go to Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Metz. Do you have any cross-examination questions for Dr. Salata?
Just one. Dr. Salata, are you a professional traffic operations engineer?
No, but you know what? I've been thinking about, I can take credits at University of Pittsburgh, and I'm thinking about it. So, you know, there was actually, oh, I'm so disappointed. There was one other slide that I wanted to share. Can I actually, before you, I don't mean to be smart. No, I am not a traffic engineer.
No, that's quite understood.
There was actually, it was a great slide. It was of a turkey. There are these gorgeous turkeys. The wildlife on that development is quite amazing. And they, there are gaggles of geese, you know, just, I don't know what's the right grouping of turkeys. And it's, again, it's a destruction of a natural habitat.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Gallagher?
No.
All right, are there any other party objectors who may have questions for Dr. Salata? Please indicate by raising your hand. We'll give you another 10 seconds or so. And while that's happening, we can have Borough Council, if you're planning on asking any questions, think about that. Looks like we have Ms. Sterrett does have a question for Dr. Salata. So Alex, if you could, or I guess she can do it herself, bring her to the unmuted stage.
Thank you, Dr. Salata.
Hi, Dr. Sterrett.
I had two questions. The first is about the light, the way it interferes with melatonin. I wonder if there's also an effect from light that flashes on and then off and on and off, which was what I think of when I think of trucks, and as opposed to being steady. And I just wondered if you could say something about whether you know anything about that.
I must be honest that I don't know the actual answer to that. I was thinking more of the steady light that would be on from the facility. And I would actually think that if anybody had, you know, the on off of the trucks, it would be, you know, if someone's awake, would be just more disruptive of them being able to get back to sleep.
All right. The second question had to do with accidents. So you mentioned that the students at school, some of them walk to school.
Right.
How would they be? I know you talked about more traffic, but can you go into more detail about what paths they use right now to walk to school and whether those paths would still be available under the traffic plan?
Yeah, well, you know, I live on Garrick Drive, so it's a side street, and again, most of our roads don't have sidewalks. So Garrick Drive does not have a sidewalk, and so the students on our street go up Lewin Lane, which has a very narrow sidewalk for part of the way, but then they're walking on the street. Greensburg Pike does have sidewalks on both sides, and you know, the residents, there's so many people who walk on those sidewalks, including the students. So, you know that Woodland Hills High School is across the street from this facility. And, you know, so the students are having to walk on borough streets, which many of them do not have sidewalks.
So how would they be affected?
So if they're having to cross the street, you know, so again, in the morning, I did mention that the volume of cars. So for the cars to be getting in and out of the warehouse facility for them to get to work, I believe that some of the cars are going to be using driveway B, which is off of Greensburg Pike. So there's going to be at least double car traffic on those roadways that are by the school.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sterrett. Thank you, Dr. Salata. Any other questions from the party objectors before we move to Borough Council? All right, Borough Council members, any questions for Dr. Salata? Going once? All right, I'm not hearing anything from Borough Council, so it looks like Mr. Ferguson, unless you have redirect for Dr. Salata, we'll let her go.
No redirect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Salata. Mr.
Thank you
Ferguson?
for hearing my comments.
Of course. Mr. Ferguson, you want to call your next witness?
We don't have any other witnesses as part of our direct case.
Okay. You know, this is just maybe more out of curiosity, anything else, or maybe for clarification. I know you are representing, I think, roughly 14 Churchill residents. Am I correct if that those individuals were not going to be providing testimony during this hearing at any point? The rest of the ones who have not provided testimony tonight?
I think those are the rules that have been established.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because I know that there have been some active commenters at prior meetings. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as to, which individuals are speaking, and I think we have laid that out. So thanks for that clarification. Dr. Salata, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I actually do want to comment on that because I will speak for the group actually, in that we unfortunately were under the impression that we could not be objectors, but we were under the impression that we would be able to, even though we had signed that we were being represented by Mr. Ferguson, that we could still make public comments during the last part of the hearing. So we honestly were blindsided, and my preparation, I really hustled to get my comments together today, and I didn't send the very final version to Mr. Ferguson. I apologize, but we were unfortunately, and again, we're intelligent people. We just didn't understand that, and it's unfortunate because several of my colleagues within that group have been very engaged and very passionate about wanting to have their comments heard.
And thank you for sharing that, Dr. Salata. And I'm not sure, we really tried to be as clear about this literally at every meeting that we could. And I know you're represented by legal counsel and, whatever those conversations are between Mr. Ferguson and his clients. But I think, from the borough's perspective, we did make it, again, as clear as I thought we could. Certainly we can have a discussion with borough council to see if there's some sort of accommodation, and if there are additional members of that group who are looking to provide testimony. I know, borough council has been on record from the very beginning as to of wanting to hear from its residents who are interested in this project. So thank you for sharing that, and we'll just maybe have to work on that as we go forward here.
Gavin, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Ferguson, there was a number of other exhibits that were submitted, and they may be reflective of the group as well. So I don't know. I mean, we would welcome written testimony as exhibits from those individuals as well. Correct, Gavin?
Certainly.
But I'm not sure that, the volume of information that is being presented is, it's almost incomprehensible. And, the fact that these hearings have gone on from 6 until 11, 7 until midnight, you all have to be exhausted as our members of our community. And, to have your voice heard, I never would have silenced my voice ever if I knew that I wasn't going to have an opportunity to speak by checking a box.
Well, as I mentioned, we've repeatedly stated that these folks are going to have an opportunity to testify during the Churchill Future case in chief. And it's been said probably a dozen times throughout this proceeding. So to hear that it's catching people by surprise is disappointing, and it shows that I'm not doing my job perhaps. So we'll continue to try to do better with that, communicating with the public. But with that said,
Let me just propose something here. So first of all, I don't represent an unlimited number of people. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, there are 12 households that I represent. So this apparently is a difficult concept to understand. And I think that there's been an honest and good faith and a repeated effort to try to be clear that a person speaks either if they're represented by counsel, then as with Dr. Salata, she did wish to speak tonight, so we were able to accommodate her desire to speak by my calling her as a witness in our case, and she did an incredibly good job at that. I have communicated with the other clients. Some have told me that they are satisfied with either individual objectors or my presentation representing what they have to say, and have expressly told me that they're fine not testifying. There's apparently some of the 12 who perhaps have elected not to testify in my case simply because of a good faith misunderstanding that Dr. Salata has articulated. If those, I don't know who those people are, because I have not heard, notwithstanding putting out, requests prior to today to be notified if somebody wanted to come in under my case. So I'm not aware of anybody else specifically who would like to testify. What I would suggest is that over the next hearing, between now and the next hearing, if I hear of anybody else who wanted to speak, who was part of the 12 that I represent, who through a misunderstanding, because they thought they could say what they wanted in public comment, which I understand is not the case, then I will come back at the next hearing, and I will identify that person, and I will ask at that time if they would be permitted to make their statement out of order.
I mean, I think that's a reasonable approach. I'd ask Borough Council, just my guess based on how this has been approached throughout is that Borough Council would be open to that, but that's not ultimately my decision. So, Mr. Dwarn, I think you heard this latest exchange.
I've already heard from council, and as has been the case with this entire hearing, we are certainly open to ensure that we hear from all of our residents. So we have no objection to functioning in that fashion moving forward for this.
All right. So what I'd suggest then, Mr. Ferguson, is, as you said, between now and the next hearing, which is more than likely going to be August 31st, next Tuesday, if you can determine whether or not any additional of your Churchill Future clients would like to speak, we can sort of put them in line after the remaining unrepresented party objectors. How about that?
Sure. And we can do that by email prior to the hearing.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Metz, any input on that?
Nope, no objection.
Okay, great. So other than that, Mr. Ferguson, does the Churchill Future Group rest understanding that you're reserving your right to call these additional witnesses potentially at the next hearing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we do have we have about 15 minutes before we are going to take our next break. But my thought is, if Mr. Spirtes Spirtes, I think. I got it right last week earlier, and I probably screwed it up this time. But if he is available, maybe now would be a good time to take that last break to give him a moment to sort of collect himself and prepare his materials if he's able and willing. Can we call Mr. Spirtes up and see if he's ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Yeah, he's
fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much for being sort of on call here. But would that be helpful if we took a 5 to 10 minute break now and then
that would be fine. I'm fine either way.
Why don't we do that? I hate to, we've already cut you off once in the middle of your testimony. I don't want to do it again. So let's take a break. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, and then we'll have Mr. Spirtes continue with his case. Thanks, everybody. Alex, let us know when you're ready to go. We're ready in council chambers there, if you could.
I think so. We ready? Sorry about that. Do you need another minute? Okay.
I'm ready. Should I go?
Yeah, you got a lot of screens there, so why don't you
Oh,
focus
I'm
on the
sorry.
one you want.
I'm displaying the wrong screen.
Take your time. That's all right.
Just hold on one second. Kim, are we ready to go back on the record? Okay, great. Okay, we're back on the record. And we will turn it over to Mr. Spirtes, who's getting ready to bring up his presentation. And with that said, Mr. Spirtes, you can go ahead and continue your case.
So do you see off-site noise? Is that?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Thompson testified about the noise study, mainly concentrating on the part of the study that related to on-site noise. So I wanted to make a few analogous remarks about the off-site noise. So this would be the noise made by the trucks as they enter and leave the facility and drive around the roads of the borough. So the performance standards in the council or zoning ordinance state that noise which is determined to be objectionable because of volume, frequency, or beat shall be muffled or otherwise controlled. The Hillwood or Langen's, the engineers basically said, given no noise code limits, it is appropriate to establish a project goal based on existing ambient sound level data. Since, as a matter of fact, they're not going to, I'm not endorsing the idea that the proper thing to do is then to use existing ambient sound level data. But I do want to examine whether, even if you concede that that is the proper thing to do, whether the study of the off-site noise properly uses that data. So according to the noise report developed, what they say is basically that the traffic, the stuff in bold is the traffic counts in the 5 to 600 hour was taken on 21 May 2019, used as this is the earliest documented count times. They conclude that they don't really have a problem as a result of the study because the claim is that the worst case off-site truck routes during the early morning hours are expected to increase our average sound levels by 3 to 4 decibels. And this is, Langen hired Ostergaard Acoustical Associates to do the analysis. And this is sort of the main chart that they have for the off-site noise that one could expect. And the claim is that on Greensburg Pike, there would have been 129 cars occurring in the 5 to 6 a.m. Range. And that would have a 1 hour average sound level of 55. And if you added in 13 trucks, that would be 59. And similarly for the westbound ramp, there would have been 257 cars leading to 58 decibels. And if you added in 13 trucks, it would be 61. Since, however, they're not using any numbers that are coming from an ordinance, I would suggest that the proper thing to do would be to use the zoning code, which says that noise should not be objectionable, and turn to scientific consensus about which noises are objectionable. So the World Health Organization has guidelines for community noise that discuss the conditions under which noise is injurious to health. Those guidelines say the following. Special attention should be given to the following considerations. Noise sources in an environment with a low background noise level should be given special attention. For example, night traffic in suburban residential areas. Also, we should give special attention to environments where a combination of noise and vibrations are produced. For example, railway noise, heavy-duty vehicles. C, the sources with low frequency components. Disturbances may occur even though the sound pressure level during exposure is below 30 decibels. For sensitive people, an even lower limit should be preferred. So I simply point out that we didn't really have nighttime measurements. We had measurements, as the World Health Organization would have recommended, we had measurements that occurred between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. when there were 129 vehicles. As Mr. Thornton demonstrated, during the night, from particularly in the range, say 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, there was actually much less noise than there was at other times during the day. So the proper thing to do would have been to make your measurements not at simply at 5 to 6 a.m., but to take measurements throughout the night, particularly when we know two things, that the vast majority of people will be sleeping and hence might be disturbed by traffic, and also that the existing traffic noise would be at a minimum. I'll also note that, as Mr. Thornton testified, they did not really provide a detailed description of how they modeled the noise. So it would be difficult to say whether or not that model was actually being conservative. I think it would have been certainly possible and much more accurate to have actually taken a truck and driven the route and measured how much noise it would make. Finally, there was no analysis of vibrations. And you remember that the World Health Organization said it's important to measure the in cases where there's both noise and vibrations to take into account the effect of the vibrations as well. So let's turn to what the report said, or rather what Langen said about vibrations. The performance standards for vibrations in the code are clear. It says vibrations detectable without instruments on neighboring property